So if you've got a neighborhood, you get streets that look like this in Atlanta, yeah? And so, in the house is down here. So here's our subject, okay? Well, we like to do a directional, this is full end, not all this. At the very beginning in the pre, you're gonna do at least one on this side. Now, if you do it here, because the drive time traffic, because the driving traffic can turn in ahead of it, yes? And then, when we go back and set back up for the full open, we actually do a triangle. We actually do 2 on the same side of the street that you're gonna turn, and 1 on the other. So we do this big power triangle. When I told you we have a minimum of 10, with a goal of 20. Now, we don't want to make the neighbors mad, but we do want to create a scene, right? Like, we want to create and drive traffic. That's our job. We're showing them that we're doing it above and beyond. Has anyone seen this in Atlanta anywhere? No. Cool. Please start doing that, right? Like, because it's amazing. It's a good opportunity for you to push traffic. Now, here's another great thing that happens, right? This house is down here, and it's got another road. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I hear that sometimes people go, oh, look, there's an open house, and then someone hits the accelerator. Gone, right past it. Look, turn, honey, let's go to the open. So you want to also plan for the next street down. And you can do the same here. And after you've passed it, right? Prior to it, and you can have the main one. So now all of a sudden you've got 9 directionals. There's an event going on, right? There's something happening. Now, again, a lot of people use different things as you get ready. This is Friday, this on the schedule, but you'll get into balloons. We actually use pinwheels in our company because we like to use them. They're recyclable, reusable over time, and that's cool. Ours stand out. We use the little red and white plastic deals, like right on the ground. That's what everyone in the room knows what I'm talking about. We just use those guys because they're cheap, they're easy, and when you're putting these things out, you're also going to be doing door knocks. All right? So when you put that signage out, you want to make sure, again, we've all agreed, no one in the room is going to let someone leave something in their yard that didn't ask their permission, right? Right. Cool. So don't lose your little soldiers, man. They're worth $3 a piece. Like, don't lose those guys. Don't just go run up and sneak and put it in the yard. They love their yard. They're going to know. Like, don't be sneaky. So, yes, sir.
What was your profit margin again?
Yeah, 74%.
That's a lot.
Right. So, like, don't let those little dudes go, right? Like, don't let them, don't. Again, I tell my guys that all the time, all my partners in my company, I'm like, look, put something in my yard without my permission, gone. Like, it didn't happen. Now, if you ask me, I'll really pour into you. I'll really help you. I'll have a real conversation with you. I'll go, oh my gosh, I'd love to get a great neighbor. The house next door to me was on the market for 9 months, and we wanted a great neighbor. I have 4 children that I want to play with their great children. How can I help you? I watched and told that agent all the time. When I saw a car that would pull in, I'd be like, hey, there's someone there right now. You want me to go stop them? Like, can you come shoot it? Can I show it? You want me to show it? I mean, right? You're engaging. Everyone cares about where they live. So it's cool to have real conversations and really find out where they're going and what their plans are going to be, because that helps you get more and more ingrained in the neighborhood. And we've been intentional. You're going to be intentional about picking a specific place that you want to do, that you're going to have connectivity.
Absolutely.
Right?
Right.
So that's a big part of that. Yes, sir.
Do your listing presentation, you get a signed agreement. Let's say you get that signed agreement that Thursday. When is the time frame to when you're going to be doing the open house?
So that's a great question. In this market, you want to do it you want to make sure, we believe, you want to get all your leads, right? You got to be responsible for our leads. In that situation, we have a plan. And if you sign it Thursday, I would talk to them about going live or coming to market and doing the open the following week, because you don't have time for it. Now, the seller, we serve the sellers, right? We serve our clients. We work for their needs, their best interests, their financial gains. And so the truth is, you need to say, hey, I've got this amazing plan. It would be really great if we do this to get your house really exposed. They may go, look at, that's great. I don't care. I need to sell the house by next Monday. Cool. Then, that is what it is. You understand? You see what I'm saying? And there's times that we get amazing listings and clients are like, time out. No. Right? Like, I love doing this. I'm super passionate. This is one of my favorite things to talk about. And I get sellers, we get listings with sellers who are like, not interested. My house isn't good for that. And I'm like, yes it is. And they're like, no, it's not. I have a terrible driveway. It's uphill. You got to, fight wolves to get into my front yard. There's nowhere to turn around. They have a lot of reasons instead of results, right? That's on that wall right back there. Reasons versus results. Like, we're results based. we'll find a way. I'll rent a golf cart and run people up and down the hill if I have to. Like, that's fine. It's not a big deal. They'll probably come more because like, oh, there's a golf cart. Let's go check that out. What's going on?
I know this is an open house, but let's say that triangle approach, would that also be an approach for how you put up for sale to draw traffic to that house?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you have little for sale riders that you put out, you know, for directional things like that, absolutely. You got to be careful though. You want to have a splash. You want to create an event, right? This is a thing. And when you go and door knock people, which is part of it, I have minimum 10 each side. So answering your question, but getting back to the goals. You want to do 10 to each side and 10 across the street minimum. So those 20, right? So you got to go door knock the neighbors. Hey, my name's Alex Brandau. I'm going to be hosting a major event at this weekend at the open house, at an open house at your neighbor's house. I just wanted to let you know and give you my card to let you know if someone blocks your driveway or something happens. I wanted to make sure you knew who to call. By the way, where did you move from? What do you love most about your neighborhood? Right? Ask great questions. Salespeople are about asking great questions. Right? Did you know that? Like, that's great salespeople ask great questions. Right? When you go through, ask great questions, ask them great things, go through and find out, where did you move from? Where are you going? What are your dreams? What's keeping you from doing that? Cool, we're gonna have a huge event. And if someone, please don't call Atlanta PD. I will get the car moved, right? Believe it or not, first time in 17 years of my career, last month we had somebody go through and actually called the HOA, and a wrecker showed up and booted 4 cars while they were in my open. Yeah, it was not fun. We paid for that in a hurry. We were like, whoop, we're sorry. Here's our credit card. Get out of here. Like, you know, take that out. However, guess what? No joke. We have 2 of those people as clients now. So I'm thinking about booting cars on purpose. This has never happened before. Anyway, where are you moving to? You know, not here, right? Like, so let's be clear, right? I mean, it was great, and literally one of my younger partners was on that open house that day, and that day he was panicking. Like, he was yelling at the tow truck driver, and I was like, time out. Don't yell at the tow truck driver, man. Like, he's gonna take the boot off now or at 10 o'clock tonight. You choose. Like, stop yelling at the guy. And then I was like, well, just talk to the clients. Give me the phone, put me on the phone with the guy. And I talked to the tow truck guy, and we got it squared away. Like, everything's cool. But because he had that extra time, he built rapport, and now they're clients of ours. Right? It's crazy. Like, I'm not proud that the tow truck guy helped us get clients, but I'm thinking about making it a system. So, we'll see how that goes. So to answer your question, you don't want to devalue this. One of my big passions about this, the reason I go out and save all those little lost soldiers that are out there, you know, the little open house signs, is because it devalues our value proposition. When you leave those things there, you see them. Everyone in the room has seen an open house sign laying abandoned for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 weeks. And that drives me crazy. I have a problem. Like, I'm in therapy about it. Like, it drives me nuts. And like, it's money. It's money that you left out there. And more importantly, I was telling the group last night, I'm really passionate about this book, Grit, right now. Angela Duckworth. If you haven't read that book, and if you're not reading, you should absolutely get in the habit of that. That's where some of my biggest growth, Grit. And the author's name is Angela Duckworth. You can get it on Audible, you can get all that stuff. But she has a saying in her book, talks about doing things the best they can be done. And that is a tuning fork in my soul. That is a life thing. I didn't know that. And she said it, and I was like, that's me. Hello. Like, I can feel it, like, reverberating in my stomach right now. I'm like, that's us. And so that's one of those things. Like, you put that sign in the yard, it is your responsibility. Go get it. Like, you can't just be like, that's irresponsible, right? Like, that's just wrong. So, my point is, you can also benefit from someone else, picking up someone else's stuff. You can build your whole arsenal. I had a partner that came in the company, and he said, I got nothing to do today. I'm like, fantastic. Go find 20 signs. And he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, absolutely. You have nothing to do, go find a tool.
You don't brand them?
We do some branding ones for specific neighborhoods that we're focused on, that we're, you know, if we're geographically focused on it, yes, we do. The branded ones, we found it can be really good because they are signage and it's out there, but that's if it's a listing that we're on, things like that. What does happen is, because we use the pinwheels and because of our signage and because of our habits like this, people recognize our stuff because of what we do. Now, I've been teaching this class for a couple of years, and people are starting to do this, and that's really, really fun for me to see our stuff out there someone else doing it. Like, you know, all of a sudden I see the power triangle out and I'm like, that's awesome. I'm like, we're not hosting that. I'm like, cool, somebody listen. I was like, that's the back page, and I told them that was one of the ideas that they actually used. So, yes ma'am.
Okay, well, I totally agree with all that you're doing.
Yep.
I would caution everyone in here, know the individual city signage.
Yeah.
You know, if you're a new agent and you think you're gonna go put up 10 signs, which is a great idea.
Yep.
But the city of Atlanta says one directional for each open house, or the city says no directionals unless you're holding it open on Caravan, and you will get fined. I have friends that have been fined thousands of
Yep.
dollars.
So, she's exactly right.
What he's saying is great, but know your community and where you're putting that sign, and some communities do not allow balloons. I use pinwheels.
Perfect. Do you really?
Mhm.
You're the only other person I've ever heard that use
I've
pinwheels.
used them for years.
We're pinwheel friends.
Because, where I live doesn't allow balloons.
Mm. So, what opportunity does that comment create for you? Because I'm about to blow your mind. Because I have the exact same thing with a neighborhood in my area. Think bigger. Go ahead.
Excuse to door knock?
What? Absolutely, it's a reason to go door knock. What else?
You could ask permission to put it in and not necessarily directional, but, no, the directional, but in another person's yard because they can't say
Yes.
that's wrong.
Yes. If you go and ask permission, go, oh my gosh, I'm hosting a major open house up the street, and I'd really like your permission to put this sign in your yard, and I will get it back, and if you're not happy with it, I will come and get it. And I put that on the back of all of our signs. Please don't throw these away. It's a little bitty, it's tiny in like 8-point font, and it's taped on the back of the thing. And it was like, please don't steal our stuff. Now, guess what else you can do? Who enforces those rules in Atlanta?
Sign guys.
Fantastic. Can you find those people's phone numbers?
Very difficult to, but in the city of Sandy Springs, I know all 12 of them.
Awesome. Guess what they have in the back of their trunk that they want to get rid of?
My signs.
Yes, signs. So we have one in Nashville that's outside of Nashville that we go through, and their police department does it. Guess who gives me all the signs they pick up? The police department. I go every single Monday and pick up all the signs that they got, because what do they do with them? Throw them away. We put tape over them, put our name on them, put them back to work. It's amazing, right? That's called leverage, right? We talk about leverage, right? Whoever that is, guess what? You can call, she's exactly right. Call the HOA people. Why? Because you want to be the expert in the neighborhood. And if you talk to them and you go, hey, I just wanted to know the rules in our neighborhood. And I want to make sure that I'm doing the best I possibly can for our property values. Great. What would be the rules, right? And then you just go into it. Yes?
Yes.
So when you can't do it, there's all kinds of things like that. There's gated communities that won't let you do it, right? But you may not be able to get in. There's other reasons, there's other ways, there's other results you can do. You can ultimately find phone numbers, you can make calls outbound to it. There's other ways that you can really push this. Because anyone heard of circle prospecting?
Yes.
So you could do that. That's circle prospecting. You can actually get in there, get on a dialer, get cold directory, and pull the closest 100 neighbors and make calls to them. And you leave outbound calls. Hey, I just want to let you know I'm doing a major thing in our neighborhood. Call me back. I want to let you know about it.
The other thing is, I live in a neighborhood of 267 houses and there's 9 agents in there. But every so often you get agents that are not familiar with the neighborhood rules. So they're putting signs up everywhere, and then all the neighbors say, I'm never using them because they're putting these signs up.
Yes.
So, you know.
That's absolutely right.
Back reversing.
That's right, and you back into it. But if you could go the other way, you could talk to all the other people. You could talk to all the other, the people that are on the HOA and the people that do live there, and you find out how can we do it. And all of a sudden, has anyone ever called you and asked you, what do we do? What are the best practices here? How can I've got a big open house. I just want to make sure that I don't break any of the rules. Has anyone ever called and asked you?
No, because they know I know the rules.
Perfect. So that's a great opportunity to have another conversation, right? Yes, sir.
How's the dynamic, work for this when you're doing a condo? Now, I've done a couple, and the dynamic's completely different in terms of signage, promoting outside the building, and then certain amount of restrictions to what you can do inside the building.
Yeah.
In those.
Yeah, so it just depends. One of the other things, talk about door knocks. I mean, I had someone the other day, was like, I did all these door knocks and nobody came to the door. I'm like, cool, what time did you do it? He was like, 9 to 11. I'm like, dude,
People are asleep.
What do you think? Like, really? I'm like, so you gotta do it at times when people are gonna be there, first of all, right? There's always niche things, right? We're talking fairly general today. However, if you're doing a condo, are the people in the building highly targeted people? Yes. Like if they're buying and they live in the building, you really need to focus on those people and that building and that opportunity and who they know because they live there. They're walking up and down the stairs. There's ways to do it. We get some all the time that are gated. Like how do you get in past the gate and the security guard or the keypad? You know, you gotta have a fob to get in. Well, we put a note in the sign that says, hey, we'll have an open house call. You know, there's ways to get past that. And again, by the way, we haven't even started the open yet, just so you know, right? We're still in pre. It's Tuesday, right? We're still doing signage and we're still doing door knocks. But you want to do it, you want to ask them, and the reason you want to do it is you want to go 2 layers deep. It's not because you're going to sell this house to that neighbor. You're going to help, that neighbor's going to help you drive traffic. That neighbor's going to, when you email them that digital flyer and they say, hey, would you share it? Hey, in an amazing neighborhood that has a ton of restrictions and a very active HOA, and they burn your sign the 30 seconds after you put it in the yard, right? You want to know, well, tell me, how do I communicate with your neighborhood the best? Is that a listserv? Is that a Facebook page? Awesome. Could I ask a favor? Could you put it on there? And also, could you like it? Now, all of a sudden, what have you done?
Traction's on
Yes.
your team.
You've got traction. What?
I said he's on your team.
He's on your team. That's right. Now, you're getting network marketing from the neighborhood and helping them. And all of a sudden, we had an open get some crazy. It's got like 5,000 views because on Facebook it hit the right algorithm. I had enough right people hit just go boom, 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 click, and all of a sudden it went wow, and like 5,000 views. It was amazing. And so there's truth to that, right? Now we don't. This isn't a social media thing. However, you do need to know, and like this gentleman asked earlier about what do you do with your sellers. You want to find out all the resources you have. So when you're in that listing appointment, you need to know, is there a Facebook page? Is there a listserv? What about work? Do you post things at work? We have a huge medical center in Nashville, Vanderbilt Medical Center, right? They have an entire double super secret listserv that only Vanderbilt Medical Center people can get into. It's awesome. And I look for that and I'm like, oh baby, you got that? We're gonna get on it. Like we're gonna showcase it, right? For real. Because that's an opportunity. All those people do, all these residents move into town, all they do, they want to do what all the other residents do. Oh, a resident used to live here, now he's moving away? Cool, I'll buy his house. That happens all the time. So you want to make sure you're taking advantage of all the tools, all the various social media and resources you have in the neighborhood too. So, questions about that? Ready? Let's move on to during just a little bit, yeah? Okay, so during. So creating a checklist. So we talk about the day of activities. Now, we've gone through some of the during. Now we're talking about we're building your tool chest. And again, I'll email you all these slides. When we get done, I'll send all this to you. And I'll make sure the Market Center has all this. Because actually, when you get through, I usually bring a 10 that I did not bring. But I'll find something that we can pass around and I'll get your all stuff. And I'll make sure I share all this. Because again, I understand this is small. But day of. So you're talking about balloons, flyers, signs, business cards, branded gifts, etc. So if you have little water bottles, like we do water bottles that put our name on it and stuff like that, little stuff, little giveaways. You want to become, Chris Suarez at our company talks about you becoming a trader. And I love that language. He said at Family Reunion recently, you want to trade people for information. You need to have lots of tools that you can trade with. So flyers, we are not taking hard copy flyers. We're not doing it. Why?
Because you want to
Because then you can't get their information.
Yes, you don't gather their information, then you can't follow up. You can't tell them, hey, we had a great open. Hey, it went under contract. Hey, it just closed. Hey, we have multiple offers. You have absolutely no other way to get there. So you're going after and you're being intentional about getting their information, right? You're going out there and getting their stuff. So you want to trade. Hey, I've got a flyer right here. What's your email? Let me send it to you right now. Awesome. Hey, I happen to know about 3 or 4 other opens today. And we're going to talk about that in just a minute. I'm getting ahead of myself and getting excited, so I'm sorry. So day of, we've got balloons or pinwheels as you choose, and we do that the morning of. You want to do that because if you don't, you do it the night before because you got something going on, you got to do this, you got to do that, they deflate and they look bad, right? And that doesn't reflect well on how intentional you were about what you were doing, right? So we use yellow. Everyone always asks me what color balloons. We use red and yellow. We use yellow because yellow is visible as one of the most visibly watched, attractive things. That's why we use it.
Did you just say that you don't use flyers?
We do not use flyers.
So why does it says flyers?
Digital flyer.
But then you don't take it with you. It's
Nope.
already been.
It's right
It's
here.
on your phone.
Yeah, of course.
And then you have it to send to them.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you say day off, that's why I was.
Yep. Day of is flyers. You want to make sure you have your flyer. It's there. You got to have your tool chest of tools. That's on there for me to trigger to talk about flyers specifically. So yeah.
What do
So
you think about flyers in the house though, when it's normal?
we go back and forth on that. People just don't like them. The way we are right now, 98% of people start online. And I remember those days. I mean, I've got some amazing stuff. But hard copy, people know what they're coming to see. They've seen the house already. So the people used to say, oh, that's for the buyers that are really interested, and it's not. All that stuff is really about the seller. And if we don't make it important, we show them why we do other things, and why we do this digital flyer, and why we have these tools that we get to go in and collect stuff from them. I'm coming. Is you want to make sure that you're collecting so I can follow up, so I can be purposeful, and I can prospect and expose your house as much as possible.
And by flyer, you also mean the FMLS buyer report as well.
Sure.
Don't bring it, email it.
Well, no, I mean, I'd rather sit there and go right into a consultation. Hey, you don't like this house, you need a master down and this is master up? Hang on a second, let me see what I got. Blah, 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 blah. Cool, let me send this to you. What's your email? Apparently, I'm just now aware I make a lot of mouth noises. My assistant, one of my assistants, is on me. I make a lot of funny things. I just now heard all that. I'm like, blah, 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 so she's 10 years in, she's on me, so that's funny. Okay, so we've talked about this setup in advance. Now you want to have, but again, let's really focus on, and what I share, and I credit to the author, it's Chris Suarez who said that, is that he's like, be a trader. Find a way. We use a technique called FFA: find the need, fill the need, and then ask for their business. Now that's an old sales technique. That's old school, stuff. But find the need, fill the need, and ask for the business. So I just did that, talking about what you're looking for. Tell me about your search. Tell me what's going on, and then you all of a sudden find their need that they have, and then all of a sudden you pull that need back, and then you go, okay, then you fill the need. You need a master down? No problem. I know of 2 other ones up the street. Can you meet today at 4:30 to see them? Right? You're already working. You might as well, right? By the time you close it, get feedback, and get over there, you can do it. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so open house setup. You want to make sure that it's set up, it's pristine, personal items are stored away, take out the trash. So let's talk about use an air freshener, keep handouts, if you had handouts organized. Make sure the thermostat's set, comfortable temperature, all that. So personal items, let's talk about this. I like to tell clients, if you're hosting an open house, all that, you want to make sure anything small that can go away. Watches, cufflinks, pens, pharmaceuticals get legs in open houses occasionally. So you want to help prepare your client and all that. That's something that I just tell them, say, listen, let's make sure we have it safe. Everyone has a financial corner in their house, right? Someone can come in and end up with their bank statement, and that's not good. Everyone has their computer with all their passwords all the way around the perimeter of their monitor, right? Everyone's seen one of those. Again, got to prepare for that kind of stuff. That's part of the checklist. I'm going to do a security walk. That could go in your menu. I'm going to do a preview of the house and do a security walk for your client to help them make sure that nothing is in danger when we have this public open house. You need to tell these people, and you need to tell everyone that it's going to be a public event. This is a public opportunity. This is a public thing that's going to be happening. So you're inviting people in. Your home is becoming retail space. It is becoming Pottery Barn. We're going to leave the lights on. We're going to have it smell good, like all that. And I say that because everyone right now just got a visual of what that looks like, right? Bright lights, open, welcoming, flowing, right? Yes?
Yes.
All right. So, believe it or not, it's so funny. Like, people don't take the trash out. Like, it's crazy. So you want to get there early, right? You don't want to show up at 2 o'clock and have 3 people standing on the porch. That is not purposeful, right? So you got to get there early. You got to be out there in time, making sure the house is set up. We actually talk about the kit down here at the bottom, where we talk about snacks, water, drinks, having soft music in the house, because someone last night told me, was it last night? Someone told me recently that they were at a house. No, it was one of my partners yesterday. Told me they were, we were doing a show, and one of my listing partners was at one of our listings, and the agent was there just a few minutes early and was all nervous, like honest to God, like a date, was like, hey, I'm really nervous, I haven't met this guy before. And he's on our property! And I was like, they've never met, they've never done an initial consultation, not under buyer rep, never done anything, and he's like, I'm really nervous, so if you could just give me a few minutes so I can get to know them before we show up. She was like, okay, dude, like that's cool. So that happens, right? That's okay, but we need to think about that. Sometimes people are meeting and talking in our open houses that don't know each other well. They need that little bit of that sound buffer, so that soft jazz channel on the cable channel or whatever. You know, if you don't have that, they sell these great little boom boxes. I've got one that's called a mini boom. It costs about $60. It's completely wired, it's Bluetooth, and it has a battery on it. It's amazing. It puts out a ton of music. I could literally make it louder than you want it to be in this room. I don't own that company, nor do I get a marketing, you know, I'm not an affiliate marketer for them, but it's a cool tool to have because it makes it feel good. When you go into houses and you show it, when you all show regular houses, how many of them have the lights on, music on, signs welcoming you, fresh baked cookies and saying, please enjoy our home? Anybody? 1 out of 10?
I do that.
1 out of 20, you're amazing. That's why you're on ELC in the top 20%. All the time, every time, no fail, 100%.
I don't do a lot of open houses, but yes, I
Cool.
would say.
But on your showings, when you go and show clients and you go and see those properties, how many times are they set up like that?
Oh, not many.
Almost never.
Yeah. I'll go over and turn on all the lights in my listings and everything, because even though you tell your sellers, turn on every light, they go, ooh, that's gonna up the bill for.
Yep. So right, you go over there, sometimes you gotta get early. If the house is empty, you gotta crank the air conditioner back up.
Right.
Yeah.
Right? Because they had it way up and it was running at like 85, and that's not cool. People aren't gonna stay if it's at 85 degrees, right? Or if it's cold too, they're gonna leave. So those are things you gotta do, but it's gonna be, again, back to Angela Duckworth, you're gonna do it the best that it can be done. Like, really show out, really make a big deal about it. Yes? Okay, yep, I saw it.
Yeah, as far as you mentioned Bluetooth speaker playing music.
Yeah.
Do you have any recommended music stations, artists?
Yeah, so you gotta mirror and match, that's a great question. You gotta mirror and match where you're going. You don't want something distracting. Now, if you can't tell, I'm kind of a high energy guy. Like, I like it. My wife, it drives her crazy. Like, I get up and turn on NSYNC, and I'm like dancing in the bathroom. She's like, for real, I need a nap. Like, you need to go. Like, take that downstairs to the downstairs bath, and I'm like, come on! Like, I'm ready. Like,
So you
I
play
mean,
heavy metal at your open house?
yes, don't do heavy metal, that's distracting, right? And I have a broad bandwidth of music choices. However, I would say you want to be very intentional about it not being distracting and welcoming. Now, I said what I said because I mean we teach people to use that soft jazz channel on the cable because it's easy. Turn the TV on, black and white, black, done, music's on, boom. TV, everyone's got 2 or 3 TVs now, and it can fill the room. You don't have to worry about surround sound for the house or any of that stuff. You know, but you get way complicated and you know get into Sonos and all that. But again, I'm trying to make it simple. $60, it hooks up, turn on Kenny G and be done. Right? I don't know Kenny, but whatever. You want to mirror and match, right? If you've done your homework and you've done this pre-open house plan, you've prepared and you know who the buyer is, right? So you want to do a little bit of matching to that too. There's a great city stories. Y'all got me off track. I'm trying to be professional up here, right? Like, y'all got me going. Have y'all watched Modern Family?
Yes.
One of my favorite shows on television. So Phil Dunphy, who's become like a big realtor thing all of a sudden. There's that one where they Facebook stalk the guy. Have you seen that one? Where they Facebook, they're like, oh, it's a buyer, and Luke has his son knows a friend who's an adult, and they Facebook stalk him, and he's a Blackhawks friend, and he has like a weenie dog, and he likes the Die Hard movies, and he eats Indian food, and he drinks like high gravity beer or something, and so the whole thing is they're doing this flip, and so they go in and they're like, hey, like, he's like, somebody's a Blackhawks fan? No way! And, you know, look, it's a low dog door for a weenie dog. He's like, that's crazy, I own a weenie dog. And, like, it gets a little creepy, like, it gets a little too far in. And ultimately, it turns bad for them, and, you know, which is why it's a comedy. But I say all that to say that you want to do a little bit of that prep, right? Like, you don't need to go research, like, oh my gosh, there's that person, and, like, you know, don't have Find My Friends on Facebook on and, like, go find who it is, and then turn on their favorite channel. That's way too much. You want a little bit of a buffer, something. I mean, but you also, it doesn't need to be spa music. Like, you know, you don't need Tibetan bowl music, and, you know, Native American flutes. Like, just pick something. Soft, light, rock, whatever. It's a buffer, is really what it is, more than anything. Yes? All right. So, open house kit. This is interesting. I think you should totally prepare this too. You need a little bit of snacks for you and or the guests. You know, slice and bake cookies cost $3. In the big old tube, you go, done. You got fresh cookies ready to rock there. Water, you need water and stuff in the house. Again, soft music, toilet paper. Occasionally you're hosting open houses that are empty. Don't have toilet paper. That's going to cause a problem. You're going to get a really good opportunity to connect with somebody. So be prepared. That's a relationship moment. You're not going to forget that. So take that. Be prepared. Extra light bulbs. Stuff goes out. Windex, because Windex fixes everything. And there you go. Somebody's seen that movie. So extra light bulbs, Windex, paper towels, hand soap, sanitizer, Scotch tape, door stops to prop the doors open. I'm a big fan of opening it up. I like the house to be open. Let me tell you this. I'm a big fan of that too, because you don't know who's coming in the house. So you want the house open. You don't know these people. You're in a public space too. So I told some people last night, we're going to talk we're in the during part. We start our open house out front. We've played with the ways to do it. Like, do you hide in the kitchen or hiding behind the curtains, or do you come down the stairs like a prom date, like, hey, so good to see you, like, welcome to my open house. Like, that doesn't work either. So we go the other way completely. We go completely the other way. We go out front on purpose as they're coming up the driveway, because when does the showing start?
When they
First time they see the address, they see the sold sign, 123 Smith Street, there it is, the showing has begun. So when they're getting out of the car, we're out on the porch and we're yelling at them. What's up? How y'all doing? Come on in. And I'm not kidding. Our opening line is, are we out being nosy or are we shopping for a house today? Why do you need to know?
Because it's the seller lead if they live in the area.
That's exactly right. Did you hear what he said? The difference is, I said that, is it funny? Did you laugh? Has anyone ever said that to you? Cool, so we're already doing it the best that it can be done. Better than anyone else. And now we've just discovered, say it again.
If they live in a neighborhood, it's a seller lead.
Yes, if they're just being nosy, they're a seller lead. Because everyone that goes in is going to have a sell reason. They're going to buy or sell. The NAR tracks these numbers. People that come into open houses have a need, it's like 85% have a need in the next 12 months. It's just our job to get in the way and stay in touch and give them enough value, right?
Yeah.
That's our job. That's all it is. We're going to connect, give them great value, contribute, give, come from contribution, and then all of a sudden just follow up, and that's it. That's all we got to do. Cool? So those sellers that come in are like, oh, we live in a neighborhood. We're just checking it out. We're out for a walk. Are going to sell something in the next 12 months.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got to change your mindset. You got to hear different things. You need to anticipate that objection. What do the buyer clients say when they walk in that open house?
Just looking.
Just looking. Just looking. I got a realtor. Do they have a realtor?
No.
No. Are they under buyer rep agreement?
No.
More times than not, respectfully, compliance broker. Right? Like, right?
Just saying.
More times than not. So do you ask them, hey, do you have a realtor?
No.
No, thank you so much. You're good at this game. I'm glad you're sitting up front. So another great question that we've changed in our company. How are you getting into the homes that you want to see?
Oh, that's a good one.
Because I don't care if they know a realtor. Does anyone not know a realtor in the room? Right? We all know realtors. Do we all know more realtors? Do we all know the realtor we would use if we weren't in the business?
No.
No, you don't know. You don't know who you would work with. Let me give you my card. You need to call me, right? But seriously, let's be serious about that. You know who the realtor. If you weren't a agent, who would you work with? You might not say in the room today. You might not be popular in the office, and that's fine. I can see it in your eyes. You thought of somebody. And that's okay. You don't have to work with
Gabby here.
Fine, Gabby.
If I weren't a realtor, I would listen to Gabby.
Perfect. So my point is, everyone knows who that is. You can ask them, who's your backup?
Yeah.
Do you refer all your business to them? Is that only person you work with? There's one of my clients, before I left yesterday to come down here, I had a showing on one of my listings that I made calling someone saying, hey, I got this great listing. I need to know who you know that I can call about selling this house. And he goes, well, actually,
I'm kinda interested in that house, can we show it? And while we're standing there talking, he's like, yeah, so this one doesn't work, but we're kinda looking, and here's exactly what we're looking for, and, when we find it, I'm gonna need to sell my house. By the way, it's like a $2.5 million swing. One dude, I got no dollars in that. Also why I'm 74% profitable. But, you know, right? My point of that, telling you that story, is all I did was say, hey man, I need your help. That's one of the best scripts you can use. We talked about this a little bit last night with some folks. Asking people for help isn't weak. It's strong. It's confident. It's like, hey, I need your help. I need your help. So it makes them feel good. They like you. They want to help you. Oh my gosh, you need my help? Sure, what's up? What do you need? And give them that, but don't let that mindset get in the way. I'll show another one that we totally discovered, and this is completely on the fly. Last night we were talking about it. Every one of us in residential real estate, everyone goes, oh, you're a realtor. How's the market? And what do we say? Good. What do we do? Just told them we don't need their help. Oh my gosh, it's such a mistake, right? Like, that's silly. We missed a great opportunity.
Why are you asking?
Right. Well, you could say, why are you asking? Be like, oh my gosh, you can use an evidence of success. You could tell a story. Oh my gosh, I just helped this guy in this household. He'd worked with like 3 realtors and couldn't get in the house. Couldn't get a house. He was getting outbid all the time. Fired 3 other people, hired me. I got in the house in 3 days. Amazing. Who do you know that's having that kind of trouble and needs to buy a house?
Are you floored, Trey?
Before I met you, I thought my scripts were good.
Yeah. Apparently I got good scripts. But so that was something that came out last night too. So scripts that I'm coming. So my point is, you gotta change the way you think. Everyone wants to talk about real estate.
Yeah.
Everyone. It's our opportunity to connect, to give them something awesome, and to let them know what we need. Right? You need to let them know, oh my gosh, I've got a great listing and I need buyers. Oh, you know what? I'm working on another one. I'm working on a really big goal. I've got a competition in my office. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to catch this guy. I need 4 more buyers. Who do you know that's looking to buy? I need 3 more sellers this month. Who do you know that I can talk to that's thinking about selling in the next 12 months? Oh my gosh, we need to meet them. Right? That's a great script. How's the market? What's going on? How's business? Great. Thanks, I don't need your help. Like, you just ruined that opportunity. You had a great at bat, and you missed it, right? Man, we're thriving. We are two transactions short of a big goal. Is there someone you know that I can talk to? Can you help me? Maybe. Please. I thought we were friends. I sold you 4 houses. Maybe. I know I caught you off guard. So, can you think about it for a minute? Nobody? Gosh, what about at work or?
A realtor friend that you talk to.
Yeah, they've got a license. I really need someone else. What about someone at church?
Think about it.
Cool, no problem. Can I follow up with you Monday?
How?
I'll call you.
Okay.
10 o'clock?
Okay.
You come to my house. I'm being a little dramatic there, right? But you gotta be consistent, persistent. Totally caught you off guard. That's fine. Can I follow up with you? Great. How's Monday? What's the best time? I really need your help. Thank you so much. By the way, if you need anything. Now you have to earn that. I didn't like that too. Somebody last night was like, ooh, I don't like that. That's just way too aggressive. Well, if you're coming from contribution, you're giving them and helping them, and you go, hey, what's up? How can I help you? Right? How can I help is my favorite script on the planet. Right? Does anybody listen to Dave Ramsey, the radio guy, financial guy? You heard of him? Yeah. You know, I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but he goes on. If you ever listen to his radio show, does he say, "How can I help?" You know what that means in radio talk, right? Someone talking, and he's like, that means shut up. I'm up against a break. What do you need? And that's not true. I don't know that. Dave is actually in Nashville. That was supposed to be funny. Y'all didn't like that. But people get on the show, and they go, hey, Dave, oh my God, I love you. And I've been listening to your show for 15 years, and it's a first-time caller. And oh my gosh, I'm out of that. And he's like, yeah, dude, I got 20 seconds until the break. And he goes, that's awesome. How can I help? Which in radio means, shut up, I gotta go, what's up? Like, get to the point. So that's a great script, right? He's a nationally syndicated guy. We have free public access to that great sales technique. And it makes you feel good, right? It doesn't mean, shut up, I'm up against a break, hurry, 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 hurry. That's a different radio guy on different channels. He says, shut up. You know, he's a different person. We don't need to get into that, though. So, right? So you want to go with that, like, awesome, how can I help? Like, let's get to it. That's ID, that's direct, but it's also
Coming from contribution.
coming from contribution. How can I help? What's up? And you need to expect people to say, I'm good. And you need to come back with, really? There's gotta be something. I mean, I know you got something that's driving you nuts. You got your gutters messed up, or you need a new window, or like something. Is there some little handyman job that you need fixed at the house? I've got a great handyman. Oh my gosh, let me have him call you today. Cool? Done. Yes, ma'am.
What do you say to the ones that are being nosy? Like, how do you get their emails and contact information?
Yeah. So we have to say right when they come in the front door, we come right before they get in. We have them actually register. We use we use a 4x sheet that I'll send you all. It's a 8.5 by 11 that breaks into 4 little bitty things that goes through and breaks out their details. And we get good feedback from them by that. But we say at the beginning, hey, are we being nosy, or are we shopping for a house today? And they're like, oh well, whatever. And you're like, great. I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait to talk to you about your search. Listen. The sellers have requested everyone today for their security sign-in. Mind you, where am I?
The front door.
I'm on the front porch. They're not in the house. I'm not hiding behind the curtain. I didn't come down to get my, walk out to get my corsage or whatever. Like, I didn't do any of that. I'm on the front porch like, what's up? How you doing? And I look like a security guard with the blue and the tan pants, right? And I'm like, how you doing? You're going to have to sign in. Right? I mean, but in all sincerity, right, we're public space. You got to get in there and get aggressive. Now, I know I'm aggressive, but I'm also high energy. I'm also positive, and I'm going, this is what we do. We're just being assumptive. We're just going, hey, this is what sellers need to do. And they're like, whoa, well, I don't want to do that. Okay. Do you have a realtor? No. Then what are you doing? Are you coming in to steal our stuff? Because I'll step out. I'll call Metro. Like, y'all go ahead. I'll be in the car. If you're coming in to rob the house, that's fine, but I'm leaving. And there is some security to that and true integrity, right? You want to have some safety precautions in place for yourself. But that's one of them, that if you're on the porch out front and somebody's bad coming in, you can leave, right? And you just, so that's the way we do it. We do it up front. We go, hey, the sellers have requested everyone sign in and they want your feedback. That's great for them. And we just roll right in. So, how are you getting into the homes that you like? How's your search going? Now, don't shoot both of those. Those are both 2 good scripts. Don't shoot them both at the same time like I just said. Shoot one. So, how's your search going? And then watch it all roll in. Oh my God, we can't find it. Oh, there's multiple offers. Oh my gosh. Da, 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 da. Cool. If I could show you how to compete with that, how to keep up with that, how to give you a competitive advantage over the other buyers in the market, would you be willing to meet with me? Yeah, I'd love to meet with you. Cool. How about today at 4:30? That coffee shop right there. Mickey's New York Deli. What's that place? Right there.
Ruby's.
Yeah, that place. So, come on right up there.
Do you ever give incentive? I've done this before. You say, give an incentive. Sign up, give me your true email and everything, and you can win a $50 gift certificate. Because we all know that 9
Hold on.
out of 10 sellers.
Yes, you're right. So we asked for that feedback up front, and then we're gonna break down. We have 4 categories for them: immediate buyer, immediate seller, future buyer, future seller. Those are on the back of those sheets that we get to write our own notes on it, find out who they are. It's one of those 4 categories. That's Chris's also, Chris Suarez in Portland. I love that because all of that's true. They're either a future buyer, future seller, current immediate buyer, immediate seller.
So you're asking them, or this is what you got from that?
You're getting that from them. You're talking about it while you're having your conversation with them. You've asked them for their information in the very beginning, told them, hey, this is what we want. This is how, this is how, please fill out this stuff. And you're asking all their information. We have in the past done a raffle, that says, hey, we'll do a $50 iTunes card, or we do something hyper local. Here's the local, Mexican restaurant, here's the local whatever coffee shop for a raffle or an iTunes card or what have you. Home Depot, everyone that enters, does it. That can get expensive and all that, and you still get the wrong stuff. So what I do, and our technique that we teach people, is as they're leaving, we gather their information and make sure. They're like, great. Is Cinderella@MickeyMouse.com your real email? Right? And we say, well, just the reason being, I was going to send you the flyer about this like we talked. And you will not believe how many times they go, oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Here, let me give you the real one. Because the whole time, it's our on stage. It's our back. We got that time. Our time, it's our audition. We got to go in there and show, come from contribution, find FFA, find the need, fill the need, ask for the business. We've got to go in there and go, how's your search going? You can't get into houses? Gosh, you're getting beat. Boom. If I could show you a competitive advantage, a way to beat every other buyer in the market, would you meet with me? Yes. Cool. How about today? Let's go. Not you get to finish it, but right? But that's a clear, direct thing. Again, you want to get that information. Let's talk about that. One of the things we do in the open. Let's see what else is next. Hold on a second. Oh, yep, we talked about that. No. Okay, go back.
Got a question for you.
Okay.
If you're doing an event, because this is an event, it's got all this hoo-ha before, you're by yourself? That sounds a little bit to, that you're not being able to really attend people, because if you're by yourself, there's a lot of people that's supposed to come in.
Yeah. So you could do it. You can have your vendors of choice be there. You know, I'm sure you all have preferred vendors in this office. You have title folks, you have lenders of choice, right? You've got all those people, home inspectors, right? So if you're uncomfortable about that, first of all, have someone else be there. I guarantee you, your preferred vendors would love to be with you and love that extra time and be with you and say, hey, I'd love for you to be there. And then you could go, now you've got an extra tool in your tool chest, right? Have you gotten pre-approved yet? Oh my gosh. Special favor for our office, we have our preferred vendor right here. He could do it in 10 minutes. Come on into the dining room, sit down. Now, there's value in that because, number one, is anyone else doing that? No. And what have you just done? You got an ally in the game. You got another person. If they're getting really pre-approved, if you're not getting Cinderella at MickeyMouse.com, right? You're getting real phone numbers and real social securities and real all that other stuff. I would say in general, the idea of the opens is it's prospecting, right? So we're prospecting, and the idea and our measure of success is 2 people that we can put into the database and follow up with from every single open. 2 people. 2 names, phone numbers, emails. We can do it. That's a successful open house. I don't care if it's 6 hours long, 2 people with real phone numbers, real emails that know that we've met and we get to follow up with. That's success. Because over the course of the next few months, I know, first of all, anyone that goes into open houses is going to do some kind of real estate in the next 12 months. Now, it's up to me to prospect, be purposeful, come from contribution, and give them something great. If I work hard enough, I'll stay in the way and I'll earn that business, right? So that's the other piece to this puzzle. You want to make sure that you just collect. Now, then you follow up to do the actual business, to get operational. So you want to have someone else there to catch it. You could have a friend, you know, another person in the office to come with you. That can get messy because whose lead is it really? You know, that gets into a thing. But if you can have a vendor, now what you've done though, has anybody gone to, I love telling this story, one of my first mentors ever talks about going to a furniture store. Does anyone hang out in furniture stores? You actually truly hang out in furniture stores? You're the first person ever. Are you serious? Do you own a furniture company or something? You just like it? Really? So what happens when you walk in a furniture store that they don't know you at? Like not your favorite furniture store
I was
hangout?
just about to say, this is like your bag.
Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, not that.
They just rush, give me a card, if I need any help, let me
Yeah.
know.
So, and when you're buying stuff with them, what do they always do? If you're getting away, you're like, well, I'm gonna think about it. What do they always do?
Go away.
Give me, it's like just, here, you do think about it, here's my card, give me a call.
Yes.
Something like that.
They also, so there are some sales techniques in certain places, car places, car dealerships, furniture sales places are infamous for it, that you introduce someone else. Oh, I know you're thinking about that couch, but before you leave, let me introduce you to my fabric expert right here. She's amazing. And I know you wanted it in coral blue. Let me see if we've got that coral blue. Hey, so look, and they do it, that's a handoff. And what you're doing is you're getting another salesperson, you're just putting more and more people in there, right? You're just putting more people into opportunity. The same is true for us with lenders. Why aren't you referring your lenders more often, right? Your preferred vendors are right here. You walk past them every day. Like that's an easy thing. You can see that there's touches, there's opportunities, there's connections, there's of all of that, right? And by the way, I'm not here, like I don't even know who it is. So I'm not saying that as a sponsored thing, but I'm saying I've bought that system for 17 years of my life, and right now we do business with everyone that I see, touch, because we see them right there. Our closings happen. We talked about this last night. How do you start to build a team? And one of the things is have your vendors around you, tight, that are strong, that are professional, that have consistent processes. If you're doing title with someone that's in your office and you get closed title and they come here, that means you can work for that 30 minutes or 45 in Atlanta until the closing. You don't have to go anywhere. right? So if you have them and they come to you, and I'm sure they would they come to are they in this office?
They're upstairs.
I mean, wow. I just, right now, just saved you an hour and a half in your day. Today. And I don't know who they are, respectfully, like
They're
I'm not saying.
amazing.
Huh?
They're amazing.
Fantastic. If you're not working with them, that's crazy. They're right here. You just gained an hour and a half. I'm $370 an hour. That's
6 hours is
that's
more.
my hourly rate. That's what I made last year. My goal is $917. If you don't know that number, you could talk to some of your ALC friends and ask them and tell them. They'll take you through ALC clinic where we actually did the math, and they'll show you how you can figure out your hourly rate. You need to start to make decisions like that. If I'm gonna spend this hour here, is it worth $370 an hour? Is this a $917 an hour activity? This for me, for sure is. This is how we climb that ladder to get to that number. But you need to understand that, think about it. And not just be like, well, it's open, nobody came, 4 o'clock, cool, I'm done. And lock the door and leave, right? We gotta be intentional, follow these checklists, get purposeful about this. Yes?
Yes.
Cool? All right, so let's go back, let me make sure I had something I was rolling on here on the open. Oh, so I told you about checking their stuff. We love to set out in the open. We have those little flyers I told you. No one likes to be the first one, right? No one likes to raise their hand, it's scary. We learned that bad in high school. That's a wrong technique. I was not that kid. I'm the first one out of the gate all the time. You know, coaching calls, if you're ever on a coaching call or conference call with me, I will be the first one to talk. I'm like, we're out of the gate, we're leading with it. And we started early today at this event, right? If we started early, let's get going, let's get this thing happening. My point is, you want to have some dummy feedback cards filled out in the open house already. Have them cut up, put my name on it, whatever. Have 2 or 3 of them there. Why? Because people will just conform. They'll go, oh, well, everyone else did it. Okay, and they will, right?
Right.
Now, here's another great technique that I can't believe this happened. I'm shocked. Please don't let this happen to you. Every time they leave, so if you have 3 or 4 dummy ones out there, please be creative. Don't put Mickey Mouse. Put my name, put John's name, put someone's name on there that they necessarily won't know. But when they put it down, don't leave it there. It's not poison. It won't shock you. Go get it. Because believe it or not, I had someone one time in an amazing open house. We had over 30 visitors. The last 2 people, they all disappeared. And I just left this huge pile of leads and awesome opportunity. Just go. I don't know what happened. I don't know why they stole them. Maybe they're like an identity thief or something. I don't know what the heck they were doing. But somehow, it might have been. But somehow, some way, I left this wonderful pile of 4 hours of great lead generation just into the wind. Don't do that. Have 3 fake ones. When they put it down or when they leave it to you, get it and put it in your pocket. Right? Now, my friend Chad Himes, I'm sure you all know Chad and see him all the time. He has a great technique that he talks about, that he has 2 different pockets. Has anybody heard this story? When he goes to family reunion and mega camp and all that stuff, he has 2 different pockets. There's the kind of people that walk up at family reunion, mega camp stuff and go, hey, how you doing? Here's my card. Send me. I'm in Tucson. Thanks. Okay, bye. And they walk off. That goes in this pocket. Then he has the people who are like, wow, what are you working on? And people that have really poured in and invested, and that goes in this pocket. This pocket goes in the database. This pocket goes in the trash. Right? So you have the exact same. Right? You've heard him say that, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So I've adopted that technique. Last night, if you watched, I go through. I put all the card people that ended up giving me cards go in this pocket. If you watch and I went in this pocket, you did not contribute today. So you do make sure you did something better. I'm kidding. I won't do that. I won't. But sincerely, right? You want to have a system, and if you have it, go collect it. Go get it. That's money. Listen, if it was a $20,000 check, would you leave it on the counter? No, it is a $20,000 check. Think that way. Believe that. Visualize it. That's what you just earned. I just earned a $20,000 check. I'm not going to leave there. You wouldn't leave cash. You wouldn't leave a $100 bill sitting on the countertop, would you?
No.
So that's a lot of $100 bills. I don't know. Some high C will help me with that and figure out the number of
Andrew?
$100.
Is there a reason why you're not using the app on the iPad, the open house?
Yeah, because I want to be doing it. If you can't tell, I'm a face-to-face guy. I'm belly to belly. I want to get in there, and I don't like the app because it makes me not engage as much. Hey,
I still talk with them.
Yeah, but then you've gotta put it in, I would rather you put them straight into your database live than fuss with all that. With Keller Cloud and what's coming, and Keller Command, and all that that's coming out in the next few months,
Mhm.
if you haven't heard about that, there's
Sure.
great videos, it's spectacular. That's something you can do in the lull. You can do that when it peaks and valleys, you can go ahead and put them in there, you can go ahead and do the follow-up, you can go ahead and start to do some of those techniques and have a plan to follow up. But when you're on stage, like handing them and distracting them with a screen, you lose that connectivity.
Okay.
You want face to face, belly to belly, eyeball to eyeball. That's where you're building rapport. We're human beings. This is our tool, right? And like we go and like, hey, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. How you
No.
doing? Right? So you want to do that. Like all this other, it's like that's follow up later. You're in the game. Do post game.
Okay.
Questions? Because again, like that just doesn't feel good. Like here's my iPad, sign in. Like you
No,
do it
it's
yourself.
just, I have to tell you that it really varies. It depends on the areas. It depends on the neighborhoods. There are neighborhoods that are more high tech, more young people. They respond better to apps than they respond to, writing on paper. Like,
So
like
here-
you're more technical.
So let me tell you something. If you do that,
Mhm.
how are you gonna check it?
What do you mean, how are you gonna check?
How are you gonna check Mickey Mouse at Cinderella.com?
You can see everything that they wrote.
Yeah, well, what if it's one, if you let them do it,
Sure.
they can transpose 2 letters like that.
Okay.
If you do it and you come from contribution and you're giving them something of value, as I started off this segment, when you become a trader, I have a great digital flyer about this. I've got the best 5 other homes that are set. I've got the 5 most recent sales in the neighborhood. Would you like that? I've got whatever.
Sure, but when you ask them, I'm not, it's not, any way pushing you.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
saying, when you ask them to sign in and they write in their email, they write the phone, but when you ask them, okay, the seller asked everybody to sign in for security reasons.
Yes.
They still sign in, they still write on a piece of paper, right?
Yes.
So they still wrote whatever they wrote, and then you can come to them and say, okay, so is Cinderella.MickeyMouse is your real email address?
Yes.
Or whatever, this is the same thing you could do with that. I'm just saying, I think that there's a place for the paper, there's a place for the.
I agree with that, and that goes back to mirroring and matching and selecting your neighborhood.
Sure.
If you're in the middle of a neighborhood and there's a tech company, Microsoft right there and Apple right there, for sure you need to do that. You probably need a Surface and an iPad,
Yeah.
because you're gonna make somebody mad. You gotta mirror and match who that is, but don't get too
Actually have
far
them
off of
both.
that. Perfect. So you can have them both, you choose, like, right? And that's great, I'm not against tech. I am against getting away from talking, I'm a
Oh.
prospecting guy. I am against talking, building relationship, the highest
Number one. Yeah.
quiet, introverted person on the planet wants human connection. Like, it's just gonna be that way. Now you can ask them their preferred methods of communication and how they choose and all that other stuff, mirror match, right? Like, look, I'm a business guy, I wear suit and tie every day, cause I got a young face, right? I'm a high energy, I get that, right? But when I was 22 years old, he was way younger than this. So I had to do that, and that's who I wanted to be in business with, so I had to mirror and match. Your attitude attracts is what you attract, right? Your attitude is what you attract. So if I dress up and act like this person, what do I do business with?
Business people.
Right. If I wear jeans and t-shirt and like cowboy boots, I'm gonna get a bunch of songwriters in Nashville. Right? That's not good.
Well,
Like
not
they're working at
necessarily,
Tootsie's,
you know,
in a pickle jar. And pickle jar does not translate to a mortgage. And that's not good, because they don't report that stuff in Nashville. So I'm sure y'all have that, that plays better in Nashville than it does in Atlanta. But anyway, my point is, mirror and match, yes. And most importantly, follow up. But when you give it to them, it allows them to transpose something or to scribble it just a little bit wrong. And that's why when we leave, we always check, hey, Trey, let me make sure, is this the right thing? Now, did you want those closed sales? Yep, okay, so am I reading your email right? Great, I'm gonna send it to you in just a second. So many times, weekly, somebody goes, hey, actually, let me have that back. Let me give you my real cell phone. Oh, that was my Google Voice number. That's my junk email.
That's awesome. And at the beginning, when you're standing on the front porch and they're coming in and you ask them to fill in everything before they go into the house, if they don't fill out all the categories, do you then like not allow them to come into the house or ask them to fill in more?
Yeah, I mean, like, don't get in a fight with somebody.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? I mean, you know,
Yeah,
like, that's
yeah.
not it. But at the same time, like, right, they're like, I said fill this out. Like, don't do that. Like, that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, like if I just put Trey and
Listen,
then give it back to you, will you
the
say
HOA
something?
does not want the police department in the
Yeah.
neighborhood. That's not gonna look good for you
Right.
and your brand, right?
Right.
So you gotta, we all know good companies of service.
Right.
And so you wanna do that and be come for contribution, give as much as you can. Are there people, yes, that are just ridiculous? Fine. You're not gonna work with those ridiculous people. What's the
Right.
goal and the measure of a successful open house?
Two by.
Boom. That's how it goes. You know what it
Love
takes you know what it takes to make it to the Hall of Fame in baseball? Batting average? 300. How many times do they strike out?
7.
7 out of 10. That's how it goes. Part of the deal. Cooperstown, 30% conversion. Can you do better? For sure, for a time. But it's okay. Like I've got my clients, my partners get upset too. They go, "Oh my God, this lady was so rude to me," and she yelled. I'm like, "What's her name?" She's like, "I don't know." I'm like,
Next.
my first mentor ever in real estate said the exact same thing. You gotta go next. When you're high I, I'm 99I, 99D. I'm off the charts. There's a new level. It's called Alex and I. If y'all see that, tell me. Gosh, I'm missing on these jokes today. But I'm not prepared. I'm missing some of this. So y'all aren't awake yet. One of the two. But my point is, right, that you gotta quarterback yourself. You gotta know your own personality, and I gotta go. Not about me. I got a goal. I've got a system. I've got a plan, and that will work. I'm going to be committed to my system, my goal, my plan. Yes?
Yes.
So you got to turn that little inside voice in your head going, "Oh my God, they don't like you." You don't even know who that is.
Yeah.
You go, down,
Bless
done,
you.
bless you.
Right.
And you have to immediately go, next.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean you give up. That doesn't mean you delete them and like do terrible voodoo things to them on their database as you delete it. You're like, I can't get rid of them. Delete trash can. Like, you don't want to kick them out. If you don't, I'll tell you what, this is a true story. Stories. I know y'all like stories. So I had a friend that I had a meeting with a guy. I wasn't clear about meeting with him. I'm a database guy. I'm a relationship guy. We use open houses to build our database, relationships, put us face to face, belly to belly in the game. And I had a guy that I called. I really liked this guy. Didn't know him well. I was like, "Hey, bud, really like to get together and have lunch with you." And he's like, "Sure, no problem." So we picked up deli in town, and it happened to be it had 3 locations. As it turns out, I went to the wrong one. He went to the other one. I get there, and he's from Chicago and had this big thing. He was really offended because I wasn't clear about why we were meeting. I was 25 minutes late. He was very busy. His time was wasted. He was disrespected. We had a full-on like Seinfeld moment. Like he got up, screamed, yelled, like broke a plate and left. And I had to pay. He's not actually, but he was sitting right there, and I had to pay for the meal. Super embarrassed in this nice local place where I knew like half the room. Wasn't good. Couple months later, I have someone else that I'm doing business with. And I said, "Hey man, I'd like to work with you." He's like, "Well, I'd really like to work with you too." He's like, "Here's the problem. I'm really good friends with plate breaker." And I was like, "Yeah, okay." And I was like, "So what did he say?" And he's like, "Well, he just said, he's pretty frustrated with you because you weren't clear about why you were doing business. Be clear. Just tell him, hey, I want to get together, see how we can help each other and help each other's business." That's easy.
Yep.
Right? So the same thing, I go see this guy. And so so what did I do? I called the plate breaker. I'm like, "Hey buddy,
Thanks for the.
listen." I was like, I need to talk to you. I need you to call me back. Went to voicemail, of course. I was like, "Listen, I know you don't want to talk to me. I know I offended you, but I need you to call me back today. I had something I need to talk to you about." So he calls me back. Chicago, like I'm south, like I'm a nice guy, super high I, Alex level. And I was like, "Oh my God." I'm like, "This is gonna be crazy." Sure enough, he gets it. I start sweating and like getting nervous. And I'm like, "Oh my God." And it's on the phone, right? Like you literally can't hurt me. So I literally, he goes, "Hey man," he goes, "Hey, I don't have anything to say to you." And I was like, "I understand." I was like, "But listen, this is where I empowered my knee." I was like, "But listen, I really like this guy Trey. And he says that I need to follow up with you just to make peace so I can do business with him. So at the end of the day," and he goes, "Okay." He goes, "Well, why do you care?" And I was like, "At the end of the day, I don't care. If you don't work with me, that's fine. but I gotta do it for this guy, so I can go back to him and tell him that you're not willing to patch things up.
Did you actually say that?
I absolutely said every bit of this. Guess what? That guy, plate breaker, is one of my best clients of all time.
Get out.
He goes, wait a minute, why do you care? And I said, I don't care. But I gotta show you that I tried. And he goes, that's cool. He goes, we'll get together. How about coffee tomorrow? I'm like, boom. We met.
Plate breaker?
No plate breaker. So I sold the other guy a house, and I mended this terrible relationship that I was like, oh my God, I ruined it. I tell you plate breaker story, right? Because we all have those people that you're like, oh my God, it's that one. I don't remember. I think it ended bad. Right? I think it ended bad. Remember I told you the story this morning, but it doesn't. That's our perception. That's us. That's our self-talk. It's wrong. You never delete anybody.
Car boot.
Save them. What's that?
Drunken monkey.
Car boot.
Yes, drunk monkey. That's exactly right. Yeah, car boot. Like, don't let them get away. Like, they can't get away when you boot their car. Like, they're not going anywhere. So, I mean, but listen, that's the key, right? You gotta quarterback ourselves. We gotta self-diagnose. We gotta Monday morning quarterback look back and go, time out. It's not about me. And stay there. I've had multiple people in my career work with me the first time, not like it, thought there was a better option, leave, hire someone else, and have come back to us because we stayed in touch. They're like, you know what, I haven't talked to you in a while, and I just want to let you know I did work with someone else, and it was a terrible experience, and I'm back. And I took that phone call like all nervous, like, oh, I hate her. She sold her house without someone else. I saw that sign in the yard. You know, like, I'm like right? Y'all do that too. I do it in Nashville. It's not my sign. Well, that's my fault. Right?
Yeah.
I didn't stay in touch. I didn't do my job. I didn't stay in touch. I did something. They thought something was wrong. That's my fault. Say yes.
Yes.
Yes. So we have to give good stuff. Like, give to them. Take great care of them. We talk about the new MREAs coming out. They're going to want us to talk to our database 6 times a year. I know nobody does that. When you start working on it, when you start thinking about it, how you can have real conversations, real scripts,
Can you say that again?
real value.
6 times.
6 times a year. Call in your database 4
Instead
to
of
6
4.
times a year. Because what's happening, like, everyone is getting inundated with information. Constantly getting emails, constantly getting texts. There's so much content that we're bombarded by. We
But
have
there's
to
no
up
face to
our
face.
game. You have to get more face to face, or at least voice to voice. Real. That's real relationship. Everyone wants, we're creatures, right? We like other creatures.
Right.
Right? If we didn't, you're not in this room, and you're not in this city, for God's sakes. Right? So, you know, if you don't like other people, like you're out in the woods in like Alaska somewhere, you know, what's that called? Subsistence living. You know, like, well, you know, got a wind turbine and completely off the grid, whatever, right? So that's the thing. Be in a relationship. Give value. Be influential in their lives. So, there was a point to that. Hold on.
6
So
months.
don't let people get away. You're putting them in the database. Stay with them forever, and people will connect back with you. I'm telling you, I can tell you 20 people that I had that, they sold a house with somebody else. Hurts my feelings, deleting them, like, and they came back.
You have to
They came back. The
re-enter
guy I
them.
told you this morning, that I told you about, that I showed before I came down here, that I called about, and I said, hey, and he's gonna be a $2 million buyer with me,
Yeah.
has never bought and sold a house with me. Was working with me, walked in an open house. The agent said, oh, no, this isn't right for you. It's 7,000 feet. It's way too small. I just got a phone call an hour ago about a great house. Let's go see it today after this open. He said, okay. And he did, and he went, and he bought it. This is a super high level Vanderbilt grad that has an amazing, he is super connected, has an amazing business. He's not like some random guy. Like, he is very intelligent, he is high profile, and he did it because he found a great agent who came from contribution, who stepped out on a ledge and said, hold on, this doesn't fit your needs, but what I have over here does. Let's go today. And he bought a $780,000 house from someone he'd known about 20 minutes. So, that's the opportunity. That's the goal. It's there. It's real. One of our other friends is real big on open houses down in Austin, Texas, has sold $1.1 million cash, close in 10 days from this system. She does the bride thing, though. corsage, but I'm not. I'm teasing. She doesn't. I took that from her. She's like, I don't do that. So, so does this get you excited about opens? Does it give you the ideas and the vision that it can happen? You need to have candor, care and candor, care about them, and have candor. Show them. We're going to go. Let's go do this right now. Let's not wait. The reason we're waiting is because the other buyers are getting ahead of us. Again, I'm a very competitive guy. So, yes, ma'am.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
How do you show your open houses when customers come to the door? How do you show them? I just wanna have your.
Yeah, thank you. That's in here and I didn't get there. So, no. We got off on plate breaker and some other stuff. So, that happens. But it's fun. So what we do is when we do that very beginning, we've gone out in the front. Hello, how are you? You're coming in. Then we say, great. Now, I don't go and I do not show the house. I do tell them to see 3 things. I tell them the high points, and then I let them know where I'm going to be. So I'm at the front door. I've handed them the thing. I've asked for their feedback. I say, hey, how are you? It's great to see you. Tell me, are we buying or selling? What are we doing? Are we shopping or being nosy? And then we play off of that. Say, well, if you want to be nosy, don't miss a 3rd bedroom on the left upstairs. That's really crazy. I was shocked too. And, and then you go on, right? And they're like, what? And and I've even done it before where I've said that and had a drawer that we emptied and put our tag in it or had our one of our things in it. So they opened the drawer and it was like me going it's crazy, you won't believe it. So they're that's funny, I've never seen that. And I'm like, yeah, well, weirdo, why are you looking in the drawers, man? Don't do that. So but we have a conversation, right? We make them laugh, it gets into that, it feels good, it's positive, good things are happening. But they'll do it, they'll be like, don't look in the drawers. No, I'm gonna look in the drawers. You told me to look in the drawers. It's a whole thing. That's different, right? Being disruptive in a good way. So, my answer is I'll tell them, hey, this is an awesome house. My clients have lived here, however they're moving and ready to take a next move in their, in their life. There's an amazing blank, there's an amazing blank, and when you get finished, I'll be in the kitchen and I want to show you for any questions. Please enjoy. Go on. Now, I've already asked them though, how's your search going? What's going on? How are you getting in the houses? I'm already engaged in this. So you gotta be careful letting that show the house be your exit to go hide behind the curtain again. Right? We don't want to hide behind the curtain. If this is our audition. This is our at-bat. This is our opportunity to earn it. This is it. The lights are on, the whistle's blown, the ball's in the air. Let's go. It's time to go. So be careful of that. Don't let that be a crutch to you. If you don't, something else to have is have a list. If you don't do it, I know I'm good. I've been told, I don't have the opinion, I shared this last night. I don't have the opinion that I'm very good with scripts. I've just been doing it for a while, right? I just know it and I find one, I'm like, ooh, that's funny. I'm gonna use that, right? The whole, hey, are we out being nosy or are we being shopping? It's great. I mean, it plays well and everywhere, so it works out. However, we just find and we're just constantly tweaking and improving, constantly tweaking and making it better and making it just plussing it. So be careful of using that as a crutch though. Don't use it as a crutch. If you don't have good questions, take a list. Have it in your hand. Take 20 great questions. I know they're in Ignite packets. You could get on the productivity coaches and give them to you. I know all the people here, you could take a list and have it in your hand. What do they do? Look, does anybody watch football, professional football?
Yeah.
Occasionally? Yeah, I figured. So, what does every professional football coach walk around in their hand on Sunday?
Play sheet.
Play sheet, that's right. It's laminated, color-coded, and they walk around like this. How much money do those guys make?
A lot.
Right? And what do? They got a cheat sheet in their hands. Why don't you? You don't have to know it. You don't have to, all you gotta do is have it. And then you could go, how are you getting into the homes you like? That's great. Would you like to see another way that gives you a competitive advantage over anyone else? Right? If you do that, are you going to have success?
Yes.
Right? Do they make mistakes? Do NFL head coaches make mistakes?
Oh, yeah.
All the time. Why didn't you call this one on 3rd down? You're like, I had 15 seconds. Someone was yelling at me. There's a guy, right. I didn't go there.
Don't go there. Don't do it.
That was that guy.
Don't do it. Please don't do that.
That was that guy.
That's pain.
Man, no, I didn't, I'm a college football guy, so that's okay. So, I mean, we'll go a different direction on that.
Yeah.
So, right? Is that a cool technique? Now you got it laminated, now you got it in your hand, and you don't have to think about it. I struggle with that too. I struggle with thinking about it. I don't want to think about it, I want it right there. I don't want to think. Everything we've systemized. There's a great book, another book that I like called Checklist Manifesto. Checklist Manifesto is a good one. It's not great. It's written by a doctor, but the techniques, and the techniques of that, of putting a checklist there and having it there so you don't have to think about it. You can be present. You can build relationships. You can listen for the depth of whatever it is that they're talking about, how they're getting into homes, how they're doing this. Checklist Manifesto, keep that checklist there. And if you have the checklist, what will you do?
Check it.
Do it. That creates a system. That creates a habit. And then all of a sudden you do it. Like I can do this without even really needing this thing. Right? We've done it a bunch. We know how to do all that. We know the system and the process. So anyway, to tell you about the showings, again, my advice on the showing of the house while you're there, it's connected. It's talking about your favorite furniture store. And getting to know you and really going deeper and deeper and deeper and really making a connection over time into what you're really talking about. Us building rapport. Not, right? Have you ever told any other trainer ever that you were in furniture stores?
Never.
Cool. So do we have a unique relationship that we can talk about at furniture stores?
Yeah.
Cool. We got some cool ones in Nashville. You should come see them. But my point is, if you're having these great conversations, you're making it about them, coming from contribution, you're gonna have great success, right? You're gonna get your 2 every single time. Okay. Questions? We're doing good?
Yes.
Full steam ahead?
Yep.
Okay, great. So that's during. Now we're going in to post. So, clean up, turn the lights off, lock the door. 5:01. What happens at 5:02?
Call the seller.
Feedback. No, for sure don't call the sellers because you may or may not represent them. If it's your listing, you can.
Oh.
But if you don't, you go back through and you make sure that you call them back. You want to tell the listing agent that you're going to give them feedback immediately because their sellers are immediately ringing their phone. If it's not your listing, if you know it, you can call the sellers and tell them, hey, we had a great open. We had 10 groups come by, 25 total people. We did set 2 appointments to follow up and show the house again later this week. We'll be in touch. Have a great night. We're leaving. The house is great. Lights are off and the doors are locked. Have a great night. Thanks so much. Right? That's an amazing opportunity to really blow them away. Now, if it's not your listing, you don't do that. You do the exact same conversation to the listing agent. Hey, listing agent, just want to let you know we had an amazing open house. We got great feedback. We had 10 groups, 25 people. We did set 2 appointments to follow up later this week. And the house is locked. Lights are off. Thank you so much. By the way, what else can I hold open for you next week?
Do have a $1.5 million listing coming on the market.
Fabulous. Where is that?
It's located here in the Sandy Springs area.
Okay, so it's just right in the same neighborhood? Because I'm kind of hyper-focused in this exact neighborhood in Sandy Springs.
It's a little bit further away, but I'll be happy to send you the listing.
Please send it to me. I'd love to talk to you about it.
Sounds good.
Right. So you want to be careful. That's great. That's a prospecting, purposeful technique. Getting that out of people, right? Miss these opportunities every single day. Every single day. You've got a thank you card. By the way, what else can I do for you? How else can I help? What's next? Next, right? Next. What's next? Come from contribution. What else is next? Who else do you know that I could host it up before? They've only got 1 listing. Fine. Who else do you know that would benefit from this? Who else can I help? Who else? Whatever. Who else do you know? Because we all talk to people, right? If you're like talking to another solo agent, another one, oh my gosh, this guy did this amazing open house for me. Now all of a sudden you have 4 or 5 agents that you're targeting, that you're working with on a regular basis. I saw a hand. I'm sorry. I lost it. Somebody have a question? Okay, so post open 501. We've talked about this. Send the open house results to the listing agent. Leave a thank you note for the seller. We have a customized thing for that. Thank you so much for the open. If you happen to miss them, we leave a thank you note that's right there. It says thank you so much. We had an amazing open house. We've given the details to your listing agent and they will be in touch with that. That's an amazing opportunity to tell them wow them because if it came into my house, I'm not calling because I have 4 children and it's Sunday afternoon and like it's all chaos. Like we got stuff going in 6 directions. Like, I don't care. Like, I'll come home in a minute. We've made a plan more than being there at 4 o'clock or whatever the time is. Okay? Thank you note. Leave it better. I'm a big fan of leaving it better than the place you found it. That's an old Boy Scout, Cub Scout thing. You know, always make things better. Leave no trace is that phrase. And so leave no trace. You always want to make it look better than it was and, you know, leave it in better condition than you found it. We always go through, check all the lights, the doors, and windows. This is a true story. I had a client one time. Was buying a house, called me up, she was under contract, I showed it to her, didn't know her well, had never met her before the transaction. called me on a sign call, one of my listings. I said, well, this one doesn't gonna work for you, but this other one up the street will. We went and saw it. She's like, perfect, love it. Went under contract. About 2 days later, she's like, hey, I need to get back in real quick. We went into the house and showed the house, and I was like, you know, we were under contract. She's like, I just need a minute. I'm just taking measurements. You can, you know, walk around, do whatever you want. I'm like, cool, no problem. So I walked around. We didn't have the technology we do then, but I was doing something. You know, I was, you know, texting, not paying attention to what was happening. She's like, okay, I'm good. See ya, and leaves. Later about a week later, the listing agent calls me and is on fire mad. Like, I mean, when I touched the phone, it was hot, like literally. And I was like, she's talking, I haven't even said hello. She's like, we are gonna sue you. We're gonna sue your client. I can't believe you've done this. Oh my God, da 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 da. She just explodes on me. And I'm like, time out. What? Like, what are you talking about? She's like, I just went to our listing that we have under contract, and your client is there with 10 contractors, tearing up the floor, redoing the bathroom, has done this, is painting, and da 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 da. And I was like, wait, what? She's like, I can't believe you let her in. I'm like, I didn't let her in. I don't know what you're talking about. She's like, well, they're over there. And I'm like, oh my God. So sure enough, I slow rolled by and went over there, and sure enough, like, she got people blowing and going. I'm like, oh my God, we're under contract. Like, we got a problem, right? Right? Is that a problem in Georgia?
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
So I was like, okay. So I called Elsa back, and I said, Elsa, I'm like, I'm super sorry. I said, just so you know, I didn't do this. Well, what she'd done is she'd gone through during that thing and unhooked the window.
Oh, wow.
And later came back and had been coming in little unbeknownst to us and had been sleeping there, and then had to get it ready to move into it. Now, good news of this story, she really wasn't that deviant. She was actually in an abusive relationship. And she was trying to get away. And she didn't say that to us, but what she was willing to do outrageous and crazy things to protect herself. Thank God for that. But she went through, was sleeping in the thing, got it fixed, so when she moved into it, she just didn't know. And she was in danger, right? As luck would have it, this was back in the day, as luck would have it, we closed, they didn't do any more inspections, the appraisal had already happened, and she had cash flowed everything to fix it, so it closed. So it was a miracle, right? It was one of those God things that's supposed to happen, right? Like, it was like, but this agent, I'm telling you, like, she went to her grave pissed at me about that deal. Like, mad as she could be, like, I've done it. And so, again, I tell you that story because check the lights, the doors, the windows, etc., because you don't know. I've had a guy, another true story, been showing a house. The door was kind of sort of open, like the back door was kind of open. I pushed it, locked it, wasn't paying attention. Got upstairs and saw a guy through the crack of the door frames in one of the closets. Like, I knew that. And I was for sure out of culture that day and said all kinds of terrible things. Because I was scared. And come to find out, like, that, you know, I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I was just taking a nap, I'm sorry. And I heard y'all coming, and I was like, I was just trying to hide. I was like, okay. I was like, we'll come back later. And so we left. We don't know who he was or anything, but, like, I looked through the cracks of the doors, and there's a guy there, right? And you're like, woo. So,
contact information?
I did not, and he is not in the database. And he has not bought and sold a house with us since. But I mean, that's scary, right? Like, you gotta remember, we're loud. I'm a big fan. Again, we've gotten a little off track here, but I'm a big fan of being really loud when you come to the doors. I knock on the doors like police for me. Like, I'm like, hello, how you doing? Who's here? I'm not about y'all, but I've interrupted every single moment of life showing houses. Every single moment that happens, except a birth. But I have had people have birth babies in houses I sold them, but not while I was showing. Actually, I take that back. I have shown a house to a lady who was actively in labor, then went to the hospital, we negotiated, and that baby was back in the house 36 hours out of the way. It's amazing. It's the youngest one ever, that's my record, 36 hours. But she was in labor on the way to the hospital. She's like, I need to do the house. I'm like, are you kidding? And I was like, this is the one. And I was like, oh, hey, you should probably go to the hospital. I had some, no, hell no, don't push. I didn't have enough paper towels. 4 kids, I've been there. That's not, you know, so I didn't have enough. Okay, questions. So, post-open, the other thing that you want to do while you're in this is I'm a big fan of you want to ask and set appointments today. Don't wait. I'll follow up with you this week. No. If you're doing 2 to 4, now mind you, I told you we do different opens. We'll do 1 to 4, in the neighborhood, we'll do 1 to 5 sometimes. It just depends on the neighborhood. We're prospecting. We're on purpose. We're intentional. We've done all these door knocks. We've done all this signage. We've talked to all these neighbors. We've done all this social media. We've done all these outbound phone calls. We're there to harvest. That's our capture day. You know, that's what we're going to capture. We're going on purpose that day to get their information so we can follow up forever. So they never have to know another realtor in their life ever. So our opportunity is we harvest, but why not set appointments today? Hey, listen, I know you need a master up. I know of one right around the street because you've done your research. Can we meet today at 4:30 to go see it? You're already working, you're already dressed, you've already got your name badge on, you're good to go. You might as well lock it up and go show it today. Now, what does that do when you're with a buyer for you?
It shows that you're intentional.
Yes, what else?
Creates a sense of urgency.
Yes. It obligates, right? Obligation. You get an obligation. You're going there and you're giving them something. Do people in Atlanta work with agents that aren't good? Agents?
Yes.
Right? Because they're like, ooh,
They're my friends.
they're my friends, and I really, really hate what they're doing, and they're not showing, they keep showing me ranches, and I said no ranches. But they've shown me like 6 houses, so I gotta stick with them. Right? Anybody ever had that phone call?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. So the truth is, if you show up like that agent that I told you before with my client that went through and showed, hey, let me show you something. This isn't for you, but I got a great one right over here. Same thing. Come from contribution. Listen to them. Spill the needs. Ask for the business. Give them great value. Right? If you'll do that, they'll do business with you. But if you start showing houses with them, let me go show you these other 2. You're starting to obligate yourself to them. So what that means is you cannot be good. Please don't be. John will be mad at me. You cannot be good and you've shown them houses and they'll stick with you. You cannot be perfect on follow-up. You cannot have the best 36 times. You cannot have the best, follow-up system. And they'll stick with you because you're doing it. And by the way, that's what we do. Like, we show houses. It drives me crazy, people talking about, well, I don't want to waste my time with somebody. Are you serious? Did you have someone else that wanted to see a house today? Then hop in the car and go. That's our job. That's what we do. Like, you don't get to pick today, right? Like, if you didn't have anything else, that's your best opportunity to sell a house today. You know what? Someone asked me definition. You know what Diana Kokoska's definition of a good lead is? Someone needs to buy or sell in the next 10 days. Buy or sell in the next 10 days. I think that's an aggressive definition of a lead. How about you?
Very.
Right? My high, I'm like, every one of y'all is a great lead for me. Like, I don't even know all of y'all, right? But I'm like, hey, friends, let's be friends. You'll buy a house someday, right? That's what I do. Does anybody else do that? Like, we're all friends. I'll just stay here, and you'll think of me, and it'll be fine. Yay! Right? Like, you got to be way more intentional than that. Right? You gotta be way more intentional. You gotta give them great value. You gotta tell them what your expectation is. You gotta have conversations with them. When are you gonna buy your next house? Is it gonna be an investment property? Is it gonna be a second home? Is it gonna be your primary? What is it? Now you're having good, intentional, active, real conversations. One of my favorite salespeople on the planet is a buddy of mine who worked for Lehman Brothers. He's an amazing guy. He lost his job, Lehman Brothers, in the recession, and went into commercial real estate. The first 3 years of his career, every day, he walked into business buildings just like this, walked up to the front desk and said, hey, how you doing? My name's Alex. It's not. But he said, hey, my name's Alex, and I just wanted to happen to know when your lease is up. So they'd walk up to the front and, they'd say, I don't know, and they'd go get CC or John or somebody, right? And they go, oh, actually our lease is up. When's the lease up?
We just renewed, it's 5 years.
5 years from now. Fantastic. 5 years in April?
Yeah.
Great, man. It's great to meet you. Thanks. I just wanted to stay in touch. And put them on his calendar 4.5 years away. He is the number 2 office realtor in Nashville. He got all this database. He built this database of people. 100 of those a day for the first 3 years of his career. He knows everyone's lease schedule on the plan. He does. He has a competitive advantage over everyone else. That's what you get to do. When are you going to move? What's keeping you from doing that? Where would you go? Now you get that opportunity to be that expert, to give that great contribution, to blow people away. Yes?
Yes.
Boom. Is that amazing?
Yes.
You see why we're doing it now. Right? And we don't. We take the low-hanging fruit. We take the 10-day leads. We're like, hey, or the ones that we like, or that we want to like us, right? Anyone else work on really bad leads really hard? I've done that too. So, right, and you're like, oh my God, please like me, please. Like, they just don't, let it go, next. You know, you gotta have a system, you gotta have a follow-up, you gotta have a level that you're committed to doing, and a system that you're willing to doing, and ultimately, yes or no. It's like we talked about in the very beginning, immediate buyer, immediate seller, future buyer, future seller. You need to be absolutely clear. Because that future immediate buyer that needs to buy a house in the next 90 days needs to go see a house tonight.
Yeah.
The one that's like, well, I'm thinking you can follow with them on Tuesday. Got it?
Yeah.
Questions? I heard you yes, ma'am.
Yes. So you worked for all this open house and it became under contract. Do you still hold it open?
Absolutely. Because it's not about
I
that.
know, but you know, you're potentially serving the seller, but obviously open houses for prospecting, and obviously most sellers do not know that. So you were still gonna hold it open?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we saw it in the plan in the very beginning. We talked about this, and this gets a little operational, but houses are selling in Nashville very, very quickly.
Here
And
too.
so here too. So we've come up with a buffer. Is it all right, compliance broker, if I talk about this plan again? Am I gonna get in trouble? Okay, good. Correct me where I screw up, Georgia.
We'll be okay.
Correct me where I screw up for Georgia rules. So what we've done, I had a client, we all learned from pain and stuff, right? So I had a client, really nice man, he was a retired physician in this neighborhood that we actually he chose us because of our pinwheels. He saw our open houses, he saw that we had all these directionals, and he's like, wow, that guy really works this neighborhood. He's like, you're our neighborhood expert, which by the way, by volume definition was not true. However, in his perception, it absolutely was true. And in our effort, in our follow-up, in our door knocks, in our emails, in our postcards that went in their mailbox about what was happening, in the effort that we did, he was watching us. We were auditioning for that. Called me up, says, hey, I'd like to sell my house. I'm like, we did. Put it under contract. As luck would have it, we got an offer, or we put it on the market, and we get an offer at 5:30 on a Wednesday night with an expiration of 10 p.m. Wednesday night.
Wow.
Yeah, that's cool technique if you didn't know that. Use that. Short fuse offers. However, so I called this gentleman. He was, again, mad at me. He was like, Alex, I'm at dinner with my family. This isn't a good time for me to talk about selling my house. And I'm like, I appreciate that. And I have an expiration at 10. So if you'd like to tell them no, that's okay, but this is a very good offer, and they want to tie your house. He goes, well, I'm not sure what I want to do. And I was like, I understand. And he's like, well, you need to solve this. You're my professional. I need you to anticipate this problem in the future. I'm like, tomorrow I will. Today, we need to make a decision. And I was like, I'm really sorry, and I'm embarrassed. I'll come to you. Where are you? And he was like, well, and so we ended up working it out, and we ended up writing an offer. However, that was my pain moment that I realized I had to anticipate this problem for my clients, right? So we need to anticipate that. The other thing that we need to do as business people is recognize our opportunities to get sign calls, to get seller referrals, to get seller opportunities, to get all this other stuff. So we had to set up, so what we've done is we've taught our sellers technique of leaving their house on the market for 5 or 10 days with a call is when we're going to be looking at all offers. Sellers can do that because we work for the sellers. We suggest this marketing plan to them and they say, this is what I want to do. So we bring houses to market on Wednesday. We hold this is slightly going off, but we gave permission to do that. Y'all gave me permission to do that. We put all of our houses on the market Wednesday. We hold all the showings until the open house Thursday night, 4 to 6. All of them. No private showings, no nothing. They all go that way. Then we do private showings Friday. We do an open house Saturday, 1 to 5. Private showing Sunday. Offers due Monday at 5 with an expiration of Tuesday at 5. Now again, don't quote me on all this because you got to talk to your broker about some of your state law stuff.
Is this in the listing?
It's in the listing. It's in the realtor remarks. And we've set up a protocol of how this is going to work.
Can you repeat that?
Which part?
It was open house Thursday 4 to 6.
Private showings Saturday. No, Friday. So
Okay.
like realtor showings.
Mm-hmm.
Open house Saturday, 1 to 5. Private showing Sunday. Offers due Monday at 5 with an expiration of Tuesday at 5. So what we're doing is we're dictating, we're controlling the process. We're also removing, I don't know about your market's hot, you have buyers getting buyer's remorse, right? You have buyers that are tying up things for the inspection period and then walking away for nothing based on the inspection. Is that happening?
Yes.
We have it too. This is ending that. They can't do that. Because it shortens the period. You understand what I'm saying? All of a sudden, it's not impulsive. It's like, get it. Pay overprice for it, we'll just get out of it if we don't like it. 5 days, that buyer's remorse and that they get less, that goes away.
So do
Makes
you
sense?
have more offers because of that?
Absolutely. So we get times that we say, hey, well, I'm gonna send an offer, well, I'm gonna do this, and we've published it, so we stick to it, right? That's the rules, that we're gonna be ethical, we're gonna do things right, doing things the best they can be done. And so, I'm a big fan of that, so what we do, we get sometimes where you get multiples. Now what we get to do is we get to present all the offers to our client, all 10, 2, 3, 1, 0. But we've had some where we got one that was like, blew it out of the water, they were the only one. We were like, thank you very much. We'd like to buy you. Yes, you're the one. Congratulations. Woo! Winner! They don't know, right? Like they didn't know that, and that's okay. And I'm sure my buyers have done the same thing. But the truth is, if we're doing our job to get our clients the house they want, the time they want, the best, that's our job, right? That's our job. Yes, ma'am.
And if that doesn't all happen and you get no offers, what do you go back? Do you take all those remarks out and just say, look at this lovely house?
Yep. If you do it, you're 5 days in and you go backspace, 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 right? Or you highlight, cut, delete. And so, right? So, absolutely. And then it goes away. And you're on day 5 of your listing. In our market's starting to shift. We haven't talked a lot about the shift, but our market's starting to shift. What I mean by that, not to scare away, nobody panic, everybody relax, breathe out. I just felt the room go, shift, oh my God. I was there too, it was 2000, I still have post-traumatic from 2008 too, I remember. However, don't freak out. You just need to watch, it's just a thing. We just have to, so what happened, all these multiple offers, things selling in 4 or 5 hours, is starting to shift. We're starting to see at every level, if it's not priced right, it's gonna sit.
Oh, here as well.
Starting to happen. We had a $600,000 listing last month that we had. It was a great listing. However, one of our things was we were looking at it and we were like, okay, wait a minute. It was worth probably about $620, and the seller's like, fantastic, $650, and I was like, I don't have numbers for that. He's like, that's fine. He's a banker. He's like, he knows what's going on. He knows what's going on. And I'm like, that's fine. I'm like, $650. He's like, maybe $675. And I was like, really? And he's like, just so you know, I don't have data for that. He says, fine, let's try it. So sure enough, 2 weeks on the market, nothing. We got a bunch of under 600 offers, like, not good. We did a $25,000 price reduction, $625, 18 days on market, 3 multiple offers. We were 18 days in. All we did was, price it right. You would think, what? Like, when I started my career, $25,000 off, I wouldn't care. We'd write an offer, right? But the market didn't do it. We had to drop back down and get there. And all of a sudden we did, literally, 3 competing offers, multiples, after being on the market for 18 days. It's crazy. So, just be sensitive to that. Start to watch that. If you get on and you're on the market, and like she said, if you do this plan that I'm talking about, you're on day 5. So what? You can expand it too. There's a great plan. I'm sure they are here. There's a KW Out Front magazine. That's the white one. That's got the etch on it. There's a team out of Pasadena, the Burns team, that has a 10-day plan about what they do. We're implementing some of their stuff. We're in the very beginning of beta testing that and going into a 10-day plan. Because if you have a slower market, you have more time to market, and more people to harvest, and more opportunity, more people to add to the database. So, yep.
Could you use the same strategy to revamp a listing that has been sitting maybe at a higher price point?
Absolutely.
Listing? Okay.
Absolutely. Somebody asked me last night, can you do open houses on, and I'm like, absolutely. It's about the effort. It doesn't matter if it's new to the market or not. It doesn't have to be new. That's a technique that we use for our new stuff. However, and we do it in a price reduction. We do all of our marketing take full effect in 30 days.
What did she say?
She wanted to know if you could do it on a listing that was stale and like had a new price, had dropped to a new price category or something. Absolutely. Yeah, it's a great idea. Because then you're doing the whole thing, you're creating an event, you're having a crescendo, you're exposing it to the market. If you have that, we talk to clients about it, you know, we use that shock and awe strategy. Are you gonna either inch your way down in $5,000 increments, or are you gonna take 25 off the bat and create a frenzy? Because the truth is, if you don't know this, if you overprice something, you actually net less in the end. Because you're chasing the market down, right? We've kind of gotten off base a little bit, but we're okay, we got some time. But does that make sense? If you overprice it, you're actually chasing the market down more and more and more, versus if they'd come out at $625 to begin with, they probably would have gotten $635, and instead they got $615. Real story, real time, right now, under contract in Nashville, Tennessee. Make sense? And you have to tell them that. And you say, hey, I know this guy, he's loud and wears bow ties, and, you know, I mean, he told me. But you don't have to listen to me, it's NAR's numbers. Gary talks about it on the stage, he talks about it. You're gonna net less long term by overpricing. I'd rather you go ahead and make the money now and get there. What else? I saw somebody else, another hand, no? Okay, so here we are with opens like we talked about. Lights, windows, doors, check one more time. You know, just make it better. You just never know, right? You just never know what happens in the open. And again, follow up. Now, post open, I'm a big fan of following up with them. You know, reaching back out in the first 24 hours. I would say, I think a biggest opportunity is to set appointments in the open during for that day. Because what are they going to do when they leave your open?
Go to another one.
That's exactly right. They're going to go to another one. So, you get to go, hey, thank you for coming. Just want to let you know, sometime quickly, did you find something else that you need to get information on? You will sell more houses every single year by doing that follow-up call. Hey, what else did you see when you left? You didn't know it because no one else is making that follow-up call. You're doing that extra effort, right?
When did you say do the follow-up call?
You could do it whenever, in the first 24 hours. Like, first 24 hours, you could do it after. We do it often that night if we didn't have an appointment. But I would set the goal that you set an appointment that night. There was a good friend of mine that did a lot of these open houses early on, and his whole goal, he only did 2 to 4, only did Sunday, and his whole goal was he'd set appointments that day. That was it. You came in the open house, awesome. You need a master up? I've got it right here on 123 Smith Street. You don't need this house. You need that house. Let's meet at 4:30 today. And he would. And then the next person would come in, and they wouldn't fire sell, and they'd go, okay, away we'd go. Make sense?
And he was primarily focused on buyers, not listings for that.
Whatever. Both. Because, I mean, they might have something to sell.
Yeah.
You just never know.
Or they have a friend that wants to sell.
Right. Right.
Never knock referrals.
Yes. You just never know, right? You always need to know. You gotta ask too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who else do you know that needs to buy or sell? One of the simplest and best techniques I've ever done in my career was taking a listing appointment. I asked someone, I shared this in the night, I asked someone right off the bat, I'm like, hey, who are the first 5 people you know that I need to tell about this listing? And they went, my first $1 million sale came from that.
That's
By the
a
way,
great question.
I'm not a wizard. I didn't do it. I didn't do a good job following up. I didn't have an amazing, 8x8 and then a 33 touch that blew them away. I do have those things now, but I didn't then. So I asked the seller, who I didn't know, I'm like, who do I need to tell? Who needs to know about your neighborhood? They gave me 5 names. All 5 of those people are clients of mine. All I did was go, hey, you don't know me. My name's Alex Brandau. I just listed your neighbor's house up the street, and I just wanted to get you a flyer about it. See who you might know that needs to buy or sell in your neighborhood. They go, great, what's your best email? Great, what are your plans? Could you please post this, to that? Do you have a neighborhood listserv? Do you have this? Do you have a neighborhood Facebook page? Great, what about your daycare? What about work? What about church? What about school? Who else can I share this with? Thanks. The reason you ask that question is a lot of people, 8 out of 10 times when you ask for a specific thing, you'll get a real name. You'll get a real name of a person. And then what does that do?
Other contacts.
Yes, which goes in what? Database. Now who's winning?
You
We are. We're growing it by them. My first $1 million client came from that technique. I did one time that I was at a class, just like this, your next listing appointment, go ask. Who are the first 5 people you know? When you finish your next initial buyer consultation, who are the 5 people you know that are most likely to buy a house next? And get it, and then stop talking. And let them tell you who it is and get it. The first $1 million sale ever came from that. And the call went like this. I did the call I just told you. I sent them the flyer. I did not follow up. I did a bad job. If I worked for myself now in my own team, I would have fired myself. Like, I wouldn't have worked for me, right? And I let them go, and I got a phone call about 3 years later. Hey, Alex, this is John calling. Haven't talked to you in a while. Hope you're doing great. Listen, I need to make time for you to come over and list my house. And we found a house we'd like to buy. It's listed for $1.2 million, and I'd love to hear from you today. Okay, thanks. Bye. Sold a $450, bought a 1.2.
That was from 3 years prior?
You never know.
I didn't do a good job. I just showed up. I was like, hey, how you doing? It's great to see you. Cool. Let me know if I can sell the house. Great, thanks. I didn't call them when it went under contract, which we should be doing, circle prospecting. I didn't call them when it closed, which I should be doing. I didn't call them every single year. I say, hey, how are things? What's going on in your house? What have you done? Would you like a market evaluation? When I was in the room, I got a very great opportunity not long ago. I got to go and be in a room much like this with Chris Heller, the CEO of the company. And Chris specifically pointed to me sitting about right here. He was like, you need to stop doing all of that. You need to do more of what you do. And I was telling him about something that doesn't matter because I quit doing it. But Chris is like, you need to quit doing that. Because I work with builders and developers and this, and they're always go find land and go find that. And he's like, do what you do. Sell houses, list houses, do valuations. I have picked up 5 builders since November because of that. And they go, it's technique, I'm sure it happens this way in Atlanta. Well, if you find me the dirt, I'll list the house with you, right? They play that game. I have people builders now telling their dirt acquisition people, like, just so you know, I'll pay you for this, and maybe I'll give you a little bonus, but I'm going to be listing with Alex Brandau. How awesome is that? Right? I came from the CEO of our company. It was amazing. And I, thank goodness, meditated and did yoga and all that stuff that day, was healthy, and heard him loud and clear when he went, stop it. It's amazing. We devalue what we need to do more of what we do every day. Right? Do more of what we do. We came up with this thing, I didn't know this. Again, I'll pour into you that one of these guys, he's like, hey, can you do a feasibility study for me? And I'm like, yes, what is that? And I was like, I'm sure I can. I'm like, absolutely I can do that. What is that? And I was like, would you send me a sample of what you like? And I promise I can figure it out. And I did. This guy is paying $5,000 for, you know what? Market analysis. By the way, would you pay $5,000? Anybody want to get $5,000 for market analysis? Now, it's a little bit more complicated than that. Not much, though. We could do it. He's taking, the people he's paying to do it are taking 5 weeks to turn it around. So I was like, I'm pretty sure I can do that for you. I'm like, how fast do you need it? And he's like, well, the guy I'm paying $5,000 a pop for right now for something he doesn't own. He's like, I'm paying about $5,000, and it takes somewhere between 4 and 5 weeks. And I was like, we could do that probably about half the time. He's like, really? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. He's like, I'll pay you. And I'm like, cool, we're good with that. That's Keller Williams, right? So, and I wouldn't have had that conversation if I wasn't doing more of what we do. Show houses, list houses, sell houses, evaluate houses, right? What else?
So what is a feasibility report?
It's a very detailed market analysis.
CMA?
Yeah, but it does some projected of who the buyers are going to be and does some background on all that too. It's
You
a
have to
little
go
bit.
commercial too, you gotta get.
Yep, you got to go in and get some stuff. I mean, if you have someone say that, you can do what I did. I'm like, I would love to do that for you. Please send me a sample, and I'll tell you what I can do. And then I just told him, I was like, you know what, I'm not doing this, but I'd love to. Let me send you what I got and what I can do, and then we'll tweak it together. And now we're doing it. Now, my builder has become a referral partner. He calls me, he's like, hey, I got this deal. Can you look at it for me? I'm like, yes. Yes, we can.
Hey, did I understand correctly that you said you picked up 5 builders because you just focused on doing what you do, which is helping buyers and helping sellers? And just doing that helped you attract builders instead of targeting builders.
Now I'm calling builders and prospecting to them, but only doing what I do, what we do, which is list houses, sell houses, do market evaluation. Like, I'm not a land guy. There's land acquisition professionals. That's not what I do. I'm not like I don't have my Carhartts on and some mud boots and, you know, have a big old 4-wheel drive truck dually that you go in there and pound through the woods. You know, like, I don't do that. It doesn't work out. It gets my bow ties dirty and I'll just rubber bow ties, you know, not work out. So sincerely though, right? So we are a professional marketing, listing, sales company. Go do all your acquisitions. We do it because what happens is all those acquisition guys don't do a good job on professionally marketing it, selling it, having systems, creating value, doing that. So what's happening is when I've called these people that I know and like that I've identified, and I'm like, hey, I use my favorite script, sales script, which is,
how can I help?
Boom. How can I help?
I've learned something in this class.
And they're like, and I had one guy in the first 2 weeks of doing it, I was kind of nervous. I didn't get a bunch of phone calls back the first time. And I was kind of nervous about it. And I had this one guy go, hey man, I just want to thank you. And I'm like, what? He's like, you call me every week and just ask me how you can help. And that's awesome. I've never had anyone do that ever.
Was that, how'd the rest of the, not that call, but the how can I help calls evolve?
Yeah, so it's exactly like everything else. It's exactly like an annual review call to a client saying, hey, it's been a year, how you doing? Like, what are the goals? You're going through that and really digging in deeper with the client and finding out, anticipating the objections. Because what he's saying, hey, how are you doing?
Great.
Right. That's impulsive, right? How's the market?
Good.
Right. See, we've learned those habits, which in reality, when you hear, how's the market? That's your cue. That's your, it's funny that you're asking. Oh my gosh, I've got a great opportunity. I'm in a competition right now I'm 3 buyers short to win a competition. I need your help. Who do you know? I need to get 2 more listings this month. And I win
How can I help? Is this your
right.
opener?
How can I help? And yeah, so what I'm saying is, the how can I help is the opener. And they're gonna go, I'm good. How are you? And you gotta go in that. I know a realtor. You gotta get past that too. Right? Because they know a realtor?
Yeah.
Is that their realtor? Are they under contract? No. Like, don't ask. You know, are you under buyer representation agreement with the realtor and ask them to stand up? I mean, don't ask that question. Go with, hey, how are you getting into homes? Boom. Right? Again, everything I say, I want you to be legal, ethical, do the right thing, the best that it can be done. And anticipate those objections. Be willing to push it. They won't put signs out? Find another way. You got to door knock more. You need to know the security guard who knows everyone. Now, if you're nice to the security guard, bring him a bunch of box of donuts with a stack of flyers on it. He can hand it to everyone that pulls in the driveway, just so you know. Wow, that's an idea. One of the biggest gated communities in Nashville, the security guard knows me by name. Everyone else got to have a card, ID, all that stuff. She sees my car coming, she's already clicking the gate. Hey Alex, how you doing? Are these your clients behind you? Yes ma'am. Great to see you. Bye. How's your mom and them? You know, like we do all that, right? How's your mom and them? Like, and I'm going, gone, right? But if you know them, is that person advantage? They walk past them every single day. They've got access to every single person in there. They know what's going on. I told her I lost a listing there. It's $2.4 million listing, former athlete in our town. He doesn't live here anymore. He's got 3 houses. It's literally sitting there empty. I literally can't get him to call me back. I don't know why. Like, he's not mad at me. I haven't deleted him from my database either. I just keep calling him going, hey bud. And now it's like, I'm gonna get that listing back. She's like, I know. She's like, it hasn't sold. She's like, I know. I'm like, that's crazy. Who now is valuable to me? Right? Yes. She works the day shift every day, knows who comes in there every single day, all the country music stars, and all the athletes, and all the business people. She's literally the gatekeeper. Literally. And who may good to her, right? Right? Yep.
2 questions. Just went blank on what I was saying. Okay, so on your script, follow up with this. When you say, how are you getting into houses?
Mm-hmm.
What's the next? So if they say, oh, I'm just calling every agent on the sign and everything, what do you say?
How's that going? Really? So if I could show you a way that you could get into houses that you wanted faster than your competition, would that be something you'd be interested in?
I'm not willing to, work with one specific agent.
Sure, I understand that, that's not what I asked you. If I could show you a system that you could get into houses more quickly than the other competition and help you give a competitive advantage,
Yes.
would you be open to talking to me?
Yes.
Great, let's meet today for 15 minutes, see if I can show you how to do that.
Okay, cool. All right, my second, and now we're meeting. So my second question is, do you answer your phone?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I don't. In fact, it's funny. Do I answer my phone? I don't. We're a database company, right? Some of these guys that have been here and have seen y'all, Mike Hicks and Andy Peters, and some of my good friends across the country. We're some of the freaks that are out there in the world of high production of being database. We're all database people. We should be. One of the things about that is I made a habit of not answering a call live.
Really?
Yes. Because you're not prepared. You don't know who it is. You don't know what they're calling about, and it might not be on your time block to answer that. Like, that's an interruption. I just told you how I saved you an hour and a half earlier by aligning with your vendors and having the people that you're going to work with here locally, and you could do it, have them come to your office. You can work while everyone else is coming to you, right? All you got to do is coordinate that. It's not complicated. That's valuable, that it all comes in and is under the roof. As you get your time, our time as a society is more and more and more valuable. It's the truest commodity. We cannot make more. We can't. We don't get to do that. Richest people on the planet can't make more time, right? So we have to prioritize that, have to focus on that. My favorite thing on the planet right now is taking my 8-year-old son to soccer practice. 2 days a week, I leave my office at 3 o'clock, go pick him up, take him from school, and go take him to soccer, because it is awesome. And gosh, I'm getting all excited about it. But I do that on purpose because I time up, because I earn. There's a great book that's out right now. It's called Extreme Ownership. If you're in maths mastery and coaching, you get to go through and see this book. It's by a guy named Jocko Willink. If you haven't read it, it's amazing. Again, I'm not an affiliate marketer, but I've loved that book. He's a former retired Navy SEAL commander. He is very, very disciplined guy. He has a phrase that he talks about. We got to see Jocko's partner at Mega Camp. That's right, at Mega Camp, and he did a talk about that. He has a thing called discipline equal for saying they use in the SEALs. Discipline equals freedom. And we've adapted that in our company. Discipline equals freedom. Discipline to work while you're working, to not answer calls live, to be prepared equals the freedom to be able to go, and for me to leave at 3 o'clock, in the afternoon and go do that because I put other hours in elsewhere. So when you take that live call, you're not prepared, you're not set up, you're not best prepared. So when they leave a voicemail, you say, hey, this is my voicemail. In fact, I've changed it, but we'll talk about the voicemail in just a second. For the longest time, I am infamous in my market for having a daily voicemail that I changed every single day. And it was, hello, this is Alex Brandau. Today is March the 24th. I am in the office and I'll be returning calls today at 11 o'clock, 3 o'clock this afternoon. If you need immediate assistance, you can contact my office at 615-425-3629. Miss Susie Renitz will take great care of you. Otherwise, I'll return your call just as soon as I possibly can. Thanks so much for calling and make it a fantastic day. Every day, 9 years. I haven't done it in a while. I'm amazed that I just popped that off, right? However, I had someone in particular, a really big, important referral partner. She's like, my clients aren't going to like that 2 and 3 o'clock callback time. She's like, my clients aren't going to do that. Now, this happens to be a pretty high-profile referral partner that I'm willing to listen to what she has to say, right? She's got some really important people, so I'm willing to listen to what she's going to tell me. So I changed it. I'm like, you really aren't going to refer me while I have that in there. She's like, that's absolutely right. And I'm like, fine. By the way, I call her every single week and go, just so you know, you haven't referred me anyone. And if you don't, I'm taking it back. Like, I'm going to put that voicemail back in there, because everyone else liked the value. When you get those phone calls and you get those messages, that's another leverage piece that you can have, and I'll share that with you too. But you're now prepared. You're prepared for the objections. You know what it's calling about. You've anticipated the phone call and how it's going to go. So if it's a signed call and it goes to voicemail, and they say, hey, this is Joan, I'm calling about 123 Smith Street. Please call me back. And then you call her back quickly. And she's like, hey, Joan, how are you? I'm calling about 123 Jones Street. Yes. I'm like, I'm actually 10 minutes away. Would you like to see it? What? Now you know you can. Instead of you sitting there going, Joan, I don't know a Joan. Okay, who's this? Hi. What house are you calling about? Smith Street. She goes, yes, that's my listing. Yeah, hi, how can I help you? Right? Has that happened? Right? Everyone's been on that phone call with
That
it.
happened yesterday.
Asking it live, you're like, It drives me crazy when people answer the phone and they're like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm in a meeting, I need to call you back. God invented voicemail for a reason, right? Like, I know how to use voicemail. Send me to voicemail, right? Like, don't pick it up live. That's not giving good service, right? It's not. Like, I tease one of my builders because he answers his phone live all the time, and I'm like, listen, you're gonna forget. Put me in voicemail because voicemail will remind you to call me. He's like, I'm in a meeting. I just need to answer your call. And I'm like, no, you didn't. Send me to voicemail. I know how to use it. It's gonna work out.
What's
Right?
your voicemail say now?
It says, hello, this is Alex Brandau with Keller Williams and Keller Williams Luxury. I said, I'm sorry I missed your call. Please leave me a message and I'll call you back just as soon as I possibly can. Thanks for calling. She didn't like, though my system was set up, this particular individual, she's a private banker at a high-end bank in town, and she has a lot of really high-end clients. She didn't like that I was saying specific callback times and that I was saying giving options to call someone else. Her point was she wants me. And
That's a Buffini thing.
Yes.
You're still calling them back between 2 and 4, you're just not saying it, right? She's not.
No, I gotta change it again. Like, right? Like, I mean, I'm telling you, we had a very fierce conversation about it. And I was like, I don't understand what the problem is here. Like, why are we, like, it's set up for good service. She goes, I know, I don't care. And I asked this person, I qualified this referral partner. I'm like, how many referrals did you send out last year? She said 23 million, 7 deals.
Wow.
So by the way, I'm listening.
I'll change my.
Right? If I get a couple of those, that's about 8, 10 million. Now if I don't get it, I'm going back, right? But it's also part of my evolution of where I am with our company too, right? Like I could do it, I could go through, I could find, I think people still want to hear from me, and that's fine. And they're going to trust me to have a system to take great care of them once they connect with me.
So do you still service them yourself, or you send them to your partners?
No, we have buying and listing team partners that take great care of people. However, they'll trust me once we have a system, right? Now that we have a system that's in place, they'll trust us after they've had that initial.
So the initial is with you though?
Yep. Or what happens is that the voicemail comes in, we've actually started to go through, we have some recorded videos that we've done that says, hey, that's for a first new time referral that we can send. We can text it and we can email it. So it's quick, so my admin team does that, which is what? Me going out. And it's quick, and it's my energy, and it's authentic, and it's like, hey, it's Alex Brandau, I'm so sorry I missed your call. Hey, I'm out on appointments right now, but I just wanted to leave you a quick message and let you know thank you so much, I'm so excited to work with you. And I'm gonna share your information with one of my partners, and they're gonna be in touch right away. Really look forward to talking, thanks so much, bye.
This is your video.
Boom. Now they get that right back, like I'm super sorry, but I did want to get right back to you. That's cool. Who else gets video text? Nobody. Right? Who gets video emails? Nobody. And so we do that in that way because we get a lot of emails we get a lot of leads through email now. And so that's our immediate response. My EA, my executive assistant gets that, boom, it goes right back. 2 minutes. Now it's a suit that I don't even own anymore, that I'm wearing in that video. We need to update the video. Man, my jokes are bombing today. That was a good one. Dadgum.
Did you say last night that your buyer's agent or your listing agents, and then you go when it's ready to go under contract or write the offer? I was trying to remember what you said last night.
Yeah, so I've gone through in my company right now. I'm in the 6th level at the moment as far as these charts, and it's been the hardest ceiling to break through, replacing myself entirely. And so it's not that I don't want to, it's I've gotten committed that my people being specifically focused can do a better job than I can actually service my clients, give them better service, they can have a better experience by trusting my partners that I'm in business with. And that's true. I did tell a story last night about a football player that we worked with that, you know, he was asking me a bunch of questions and I just subbed in on a showing and I was like, dude, I don't know, I'm a kicker. Like, I don't know. Like, you're asking me defensive schemes? That's really funny. Come on. Y'all love kickers? That's a good joke. Golly. I was like, but he's a linebacker. And he's like, man, and he fell out. And he, you know, he's like, that's funny. He's like, I know. Like, I think 3-7, kick the ball. And he was like, I don't know. I don't know the defensive scheme. I don't get it. And he was like, God. And he was okay with me getting him more information later. Right? So what we've evolved into now, and it came up with my partners now that I have a listing partner that I'm involved with. And I know what's going on, but I don't want to know the details so I can advise everybody. Because if I have a buyer that wants to buy one of our properties, one of our advantages is we're working on selling it to our people. We're working on working with ourselves because they're the best. We're working with doing stuff like this, so we're doing more deals with our own Keller Williams people, so we get referrals from the other markets, so we know how it's going to work. We've got 3 referrals out of Atlanta right now that we're working, you know, and being intentional about, and getting other referrals from, because we know how it's going to work, because we get great referrals. Other team leaders and productivity coaches and, you know, OPs and all these people send us great opportunities, and it's wonderful. My point of that is the easiest person to work with is ourselves. First, working within our company. Secondly, within our office. Third, within our national company, right? So my point of that is I want to know, because I'm big on being technical too and doing it right. I can't be the agent for the listing and the buyer if they're both mine. I've got a big network and I've got a big database, and I give and contribute at a really, really high level for them. And so when I find them opportunities, I have to say, listen, I'm going to be in touch and I'm going to have my buyer partner come. But it causes conflict if we don't have a standard of what the company does. Does that make sense? So when as you're evolving, whatever it may be, if you're the solo, that's what you got to do. You got to do it all. Like, that's just how it goes, right? But eventually you grow and you have a buyer team. I had a buyer team. My first step in was having a buyer team, and I would go and I would offer them opportunities. I had a buyer's agent was my first hire in leverage, and I would go and say, hey, when the email would come through, hey, I got this great listing, I'm ready to go. They'd say, great, Alec, I can meet you today at this time, or my buyer partner, Jill, can meet you at this time. Which would you like? Then they like it, and then we're involved and we're talking. The other key part of that is having a very professional presentation and explaining how this helps. I did share the story, and I'll share it again. My biological sister, I did not show her one single house. Didn't go to her closing. First time I stepped across the threshold, she'd been living in that house for 3 weeks. The first meeting that I didn't go and wasn't there for the initial meeting, like I said hello and introduced my buyer partner and jumped, 10 minutes, she was not happy. Called my mother called me, my mother called the admins. I mean, it went all, it was like an atom bomb that went off in our business. Like, my sister threw a fit. And in the end, she was like, oh my God, and she's one of our biggest referral partners now. Not just because I'm her brother, because she understands what a great job that we've done and how we specialize and how we're doing a really good system. Does that make sense?
But is your brand less about you as you withdraw?
Yeah, so we're working on that. We're big on branding, clearly. We have logos that are there, and we're making it more and more about that. I'm still very much engaged. Like, I still love the people, but I'm less operational and more figurehead. Getting to do great opportunities like this. Huh?
Bigger picture.
Bigger picture. But I'm still
involved.
involved.
Change much. You used to be the bow tie bandits.
Bandits, that's right. That's right. You just become the bandits. It's funny, like, the girls don't like to wear bow ties. I don't know what that's up with. We're working on that, like how the logo carries, I mean, we're coming soon to a Keller Williams event near you. But, I mean, our big thing for that is we just sell the value. We're still the face. We're still involved. We're still branding. We're still in a relationship. I do as much as I can. I shared a story last night. One of our touches is we make a point to talk to everyone on their birthday. Actual talk-tos. Some of my friends that are here that I've known and met at other events have gotten videos in the past. And we've got videos, but then I found out, because I'm super competitive, one of my other friends calls all the time. So I was like, forget that, I'm calling everybody. Like, that's our job. Again, that's my job in my role right now. My job is to build great relationships like this. And to be the leader and to paint the vision and to help people get to be the best that they can be. That's my job right now. Because we've got a great network. Stuff, well, people walk in raising their hand all the time. We needed capacity. Because the truth is, we talked about it last night, there's only so much we can do. You can't have work-life balance and sell 70 houses by yourself. Not going to do it. hear me, you can do it. You will not be balanced. You will hurt relationships, you will be out of balance elsewhere. And that's not good, that's not healthy, it's not sustainable. That's why one of my most things that we're proud of is MREA 4 years in a row. We're really consistent. I'm not happy that we dropped this past year. We got passed by 92 people. I know exactly how many, right? Like, that's not okay. And we still performed, even with some stuff that we had to deal with last year, right? We always have stuff. You gotta be committed, passionate about where you're going and what you're doing, again, doing the best that can be done. So yes, my answer is, I'm willing to step out because I'm finding and getting into business with people that do a better job than I do. I wanna be the worst person in my company.
You really believe that?
I absolutely believe that. Does it look like I don't?
No, it's just, you've achieved a certain level of success for a reason.
Yes. But that's the definition of a leader, right? Like being able to help other people.
That's what I'm saying, it's hard to withdraw, that's it.
It's the same thing though. And I'll tell you that, like that was the aha for me. I've heard people, I've sat in your seat, I've heard people say that and I was like, yeah, right. Like you're the one standing up there, like you're the one that wants to do it, like, no, I hear that, but the truth is, that's the next level of leadership. That's the next level of growth. And it's the same thing. Now my clients are my partners that I'm training, coaching, teaching, leading, helping them grow and get better. There's a great book another great book called Turn the Ship Around. If you're familiar with that, I just read an article about it. It's about a Navy submarine commander who got this great appointment to like the best boat in the Navy. And at the last minute, like within days, he got reassigned to the worst boat in the Navy. And he talks about how his leadership style had to change because he was just going to come in and the machine was running, right? And he realized he had to turn things around. So how did he literally turn the ship around? So it's very interesting, and his leadership style is really powerful. Again, not an affiliate marketer for them, but that was really powerful for me to hear that and go, wait a minute. That's it. And his thing, I'll just share with you briefly, his thing is to talk about letting people come to him with solutions. Like, don't fix it. Don't be the fixer. Don't get ego. Don't get pride out of fixing everything. Help people learn. You know, it's like we hear all the time at KW, help people learn how to think. Don't solve the problem. Help people learn how to think. And that's what we're doing today, right? Helping you understand how enormous this opportunity really is. Talking about my friend at Goldman Sachs. So, you know, all the stuff that he did. And so, makes sense?
Yeah.
So John, do you want to do just general Q&A or you want to just keep rolling? Is that what you're?
What do y'all want?
I'll keep going. We can go off script. This was a balance of what I had to talk about open house. I'm happy to stay and play for another, hour and hang out. Full out Q&A, anything you want. If that's valuable to you, I'm here for the time.
Yes.
Listings versus buyers. Do you know your breakdown?
Oh yeah, we're 60-40. And on our 136 deals, we were 60 listings, so 40 buyers. Now, I will say a turning point for me and my company was when I read page 187 in MREA. Who knows what that is?
John does.
Let's see. The Ford Legion laws, correct?
It's what now?
Ford Legion laws?
Yeah, it is. It talks about the numbers in the database. Oh, shoot, that's not it. It's a different one that I've got. It's conversion rates and the pyramid. That's exactly what it is. And it talks about the pyramid. Hang on, I'm going to find it right here.
It's 178.
Oh, Warren Buffett.
Is it 178? Hang on, I'm going to find it while we're talking. But it's the pyramid that breaks down and talks about listings, leads, leverage. It looks like that, but it has the conversion rates on it. And that was a turning point for me in my career. I got to about 21 million. And when I realized if I focus on listings, and if I properly market it, that will yield 2 buyers on the backside. Now we're struggling for that conversion and growing to that opportunity to make sure that we reach that thing. Gosh, I've got an old book. I need to update my numbers. But that was the aha for me as we went through this. Was I was like, wait a minute. Now that I know that, I got to do that. And so that's when we started focusing. That's when I shifted out of buyers and a whole fleet of buyer team. I had five buyers agents at that time, and I became the listing agent. So my evolution, I was a full-time listing agent. Then I got to a level of success. We needed a listing manager, and then a listing manager, and then Now we've replaced, and we've got a listing agent, listing manager, and we've got an offer out to a new listing agent now. They will continue to grow our company. But my point of that is, listings, you can do more. Like on the listing side, like we can talk to our buyers team, we believe in our model, you can't handle on the buy side, you can't handle more than about 3. As a solo agent, you can't handle more than about 3 deals a month. Healthfully, right? And the best that it can be done. Because you're really dealing with 3 from last month, 3 from this month, and 3 from next month. Times 46 people, human beings, that are involved in every single process, in every single transaction. So you've got, who's got the math, you got a calculator, however many people that is.
A bunch of people.
That's a lot. And so, and you're running around spinning the plate here, and you run over here and spin the plate here, and you spin the plate here. And so, when you get all those people involved, it's like 900 and something people. You just can't do all that, right? Without help. Same, but with listings, you have more control of your time. With buyers, you gotta go to a house, you gotta go do this. Now, I'm gonna tell you, it was not popular. My first part of my career, my first year that I did a lot, I did 36 transactions, and I had 2 listings and 34 buyers. Because I believed that if I had a buyer, I could work hard enough to make a living.
Right.
So that also goes to my personality profile, that I am a spot on, dead ringer, 100% match for a buyer, lead buyer's agent. Like that's just who I am in the new KPA, like that's my thing. So that also shows why I was really good with buyers, like I like it, and that turned out. So over time, that's how we.
I just thought of another question. Are we going freeform here?
Freeform.
Your 7% premium listing package.
Yep.
I'm just curious as to.
So I brought that up. So what he's talking about is I have a. This is funny, but I didn't like it when people would bring in the conversation to me about.
Will you cut your commission?
Will you cut your commission? So my anticipation for that was like, no problem. We do actually have several flexible commission plans. We have a 6, a 7, and an 8. Which one would you like?
I like that.
So we break into it, and we go in and talk about it. Again, my friend Chad Himes has another favorite quote that he uses, and I totally stole this from him. He goes, "Sure, my commission's flexible. Tell me when to stop. 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, that wasn't fair." He's like, "Let's start over. 7, 8, 9." You know, and so that's true, right? Like, and you got to be prepared for that. It makes you laugh. You have to be prepared. I think one of the 3 things that agents don't prepare for most. 1, they don't prospect. They're not purposeful and they don't prospect enough. Second, they're not prepared for the objections. And you know, third, they just don't see, you know, the end game. They don't see what they're after. But those 3 things are the keys. But our 6, 7, 8. Again, we brought it up because we show them, here's our presentation, we've got all these things and you get all this. Our 7, you get this premium plan, and our 8 is what we call our AV certified. So it's like pre-owned certified. We guarantee that it's bulletproof. The 8% plan has a $3,500 cancellation fee because we spend money. But we bulletproof the transaction. We've had people do the 8.
Really?
Mm-hmm. We've had people do it because they didn't have time to mess with it. They're like, I just don't have time and I need it to go.
What price point was it?
Doesn't matter.
It wasn't a specific, it was just.
My average price point is double our market average in Nashville, especially year to date. However, it didn't matter. It's all the same.
What does it mean you bulletproof the transaction?
So what we do, what blows up transactions in Georgia?
Appraisals.
Cool. So we get an appraisal in
Inspections.
advance. Cool, we get an inspection in advance. What else?
Crazy buyers that just wanna hold up on the property.
Well, we can't fix that.
Of
So
course.
what else you have?
I don't know.
Finance?
Sure, financing.
Pricing.
Sure, pricing.
Conditioning.
Okay, so does anybody ever lose a deal because a roof fails?
Renovations?
Ever because there's a crazy mechanical thing, structural failure, title issue that you can't fix, built on a Native American Indian burial ground, found a caveman underneath in the crawl space, that's happened, like, 1,500 years old, whatever the number is, I mean, it's ridiculous. So there's all those things. So we work on the 8 things that blow up deals. We have a pre-appraisal, pre-inspection, pre-mechanical inspection, structural inspection, title inspection, roof inspection, pest inspection. We do all things nasty. What's our friend's name, John, at All Things Nasty.
Oh, yeah, Frederick.
Frederick, we talked with him last night. They'll come out and do, I'm certain they would be happy to be your
Yeah,
partner.
Green Home Solutions, yeah, with mold.
Green Home Solutions, they'll come out and check radon, pre-check radon, pre-check mold, pre-check, again, All Things Nasty. That can, right? Because who hangs out in their crawl space? Me neither. One of the reasons I wear the bow tie. I don't go in the crawl spaces anymore. Because they're like, you're little, you get in there. I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Like, I don't want, if you wear a suit, you're not going into crawl spaces that often. It works out. Yes, ma'am.
Do you do that before the listing?
Absolutely. We also do some fun things depending on who it is. We can also offer controlling the service as far as their lawn care, as far as their, if it's in the middle of summer, and we'll make sure that the landscaping keeps up and keeps down, is down, what have you. We also do fresh flowers in the house for the first 2 months that it's in there, because you have to refresh those every single week, things like that. So we really blow it out. But if you want to really go professional like that, you just don't, when you really, really blow that thing out, people are like, wow, that's great. I don't have time for it to blow up. Because, right, I mean, how many
So
times,
then you
1
pay-
out of 4 houses has a cracked floor joist, right? You can fix that for a couple $100. If you got a buyer involved, how much does that cost?
Oh, yeah. 1,000.
10 times. That's right. Costs $200 or $300 to fix it right, properly by a professional. Then a home inspector goes, done. You get a buyer involved, structural engineer, they want you to rebuild the whole house. Yes.
Do you pay for everything up front?
Hold on one second. Yes, in that specific situation, in that 8% plan, we have that is the one plan that we have that we actually charge a fee. That if they cancel with us prior to the closing, then there's a cost to that.
So they pay after. I mean, if they cancel, they don't pay it in advance.
They don't pay it in advance. They pay it if they cancel. We get the check though. They cut the check at the time. Yes, ma'am.
What do you say when, you've got a buyer, about both, they're gonna buy and they're gonna list with you and they say, well, can you give me a discount on the listing side?
Yeah, we do that. We do it for a percentage off the listing. In the language we do it, that's something I choose to do. Now, partners, coaches, mentors have said, no, you don't need to do that, but it's something that I personally felt authentic that I would want that too. If I was doing that volume of business, I would want something. So twofold that we do there. One, we have an additional broker commission that we charge, which is additional $4.95 that we charge to people as a additional broker commission. That's exactly what it is. The reason we do that is a couple fold. One, we're making sure people understand it costs money to be in business with us. Two, we're pre-setting up money that we have to give away that doesn't cut into our commission. So we're already anticipating, we're front loading $500 that we can give away at some point. It may be to earn their business, like, well, I want to work with you, except I'm not comfortable with this $4.95. Fantastic. If I can get that waived for you, are you willing to get in business with me? Yes, absolutely. Cool.
So you give them something.
Right? Like my partners now, when they do that in the initial consultation, right, you're a trader. So just so we're clear, you're going to sign my buyer rep. If I go to my partner and get him to waive this $4.95, yes, cool. And we're done. We have a standard that people are on buyer reps with us. They have a thing, we talked somewhere along the way, we were talking about showing houses immediately after and how does that go and what's the conversation go and all that type of stuff. We have a 3 for free. So we tell clients, listen, if you want to try me out, we have a 3 for free rule. And I'd love to show you houses this afternoon. I'll show you 3 houses, work with us, and show you what it's going to be like just to test drive. It's just like a test drive. It's no big deal. And 3, no harm, no foul. But you're going to sign our buyer rep up front because you might find something and the state requires us to do it. If you don't like the 3, we'll tear it up unless you want to buy one of those. If you want to buy one of those, then we just need to be protected about who's representing who. Cool? Sound good? Great. If at the end of that you're excited to go and work with us, buyer rep just rolls. That's another thing. If you know someone, if it's a sign call and you don't know them, we have a standard that our people meet not at the house. They meet somewhere in public first to talk about how it's going to go. They set the appointment. They call, hello, this is Joan. I'm calling about 123 Smith Street. Great. They set the appointment. Joan, I can meet you in 20 minutes. Will that be good? Yes, that's great for me. Fantastic. Listen, I'll set that. Let me see if I can. I'll call the sellers. I can do that. See if we can get that scheduled for you. Tell me, are there any other homes in the area that you'd like to get scheduled to see? Yeah, actually, there was 2 other ones. I've been waiting for the agents to call me back. Can you do that? Yes, I can. What are they? Boom, now you do it. Great. Okay, would you like to see those after? Yes? Okay, so we'll do that. I've got those 3. Let me schedule them back. And by the way, before we meet, could we meet for just 10 minutes before we go see that house? To talk about how the process is gonna go and what's gonna work? Yeah. Can we meet at Subway right up the street? Yes. Cool. And we back that up, right? You set the appointment initially. You said yes. And then you're gaining permission all the rest of the way. For the next appointment, for the next opportunity, for the next. And now let's meet for just 10 minutes. Let's talk about the houses, what's gonna happen, and how this is going to work. And then you tell them up front, here you go. And now you're in public, you're in Starbucks, you're in Subway, you're in Dunkin' Donuts, you're wherever. Safe, with public, hopefully. You know, someone will help you if something bad happens, right? God forbid. And now you've got a permission and you know, you tell them, wow, this is professional. Because if you just show up, you're just a door, you're just opening doors. You're not creating value. You want to do something disruptive in a good way. Make sense?
Yes.
Well, I had something else that I was going on there. Hold on a second. I had something else. Oh, 3 for free. So we tell them that 3 for free. We show them that. I don't know.
I mean, I've had problems with people signing the buyer's agreement. What do you say if they say, well, I really don't wanna sign it?
Sure, why not?
I don't wanna commit to you, I just want to.
Great, so here's the thing. I don't have a problem with that. What I'd like to do, you've been through our 3 for free?
Yes.
Okay, and you're still not willing to commit to me?
No, cause I don't know what house I want yet, and there might be other options later.
Cool, no problem. So I totally respect that. However, here's what's gonna happen. I would love that. I've just gotta prioritize my other clients that are committed to me. So I'll just get back to you and your stuff once I've worked through theirs. So if they have other needs and other priorities, I'll get to them, and you'll just be kinda one of my, someone else that I'll stay in touch with, and I'll be happy to stay in touch with you. I said, but until you're committed, we're gonna make you just won't do the full service. And I'm sorry, I really like you. I think I can really help you reach your goals. Unfortunately though, I have to prioritize the people that aren't committed to me. Are you okay with that?
Yes.
Sure.
I'll definitely call you back.
Even though I've shown you, I totally respect that. I appreciate you calling me back. What I wanna make sure is that you understand that I give you and my clients a competitive advantage over everyone else in the market, right? And I've shown you that. And I've showed houses to people before they ever hit the market. So help me understand why you wouldn't want a competitive advantage over everyone else in the market.
Good point.
Cool, sign right here. Hurry up. You know?
Don't miss, like, the thing I love about Alex is the belief behind what he's saying. Don't miss that, because sometimes we talk ourselves out of this. We go, well, what if the commission objection comes up? Stop thinking about the commission objection, think about your value. And then if it comes up, it's no big deal. I love that about you. You say you're not good at scripts, I think you're really good at mindset.
And mindset and belief, like if anything, one of the first things, thank you for that, and I'll take that in a big way given the people that have been here and your exposure and all that. I mean, the thing that I would say is, I really strive to be authentic. Like, you've met me, am I the same guy you've ever met for the entire year that we've known each other?
Yep.
Every time, right? That's just that's intrinsically like in my core of who I am. This is me, like it's not fake. And let me tell you something, I make mistakes. Like I doubt, I told John and I talked about this last night, I made a mistake or I was struggling with something, and one of the coolest things about our company is I can pick up the phone and call someone across the country and go, hey man, I need some help. Hey friend, hey Heather, I'm struggling with this. Hey Stephanie, I'm struggling with this. Is my mind right? Am I out of bounds? No, you're right, stay the course. Cool. And then I'm back and committed, right? We get that self-doubt. We get that internal monologue. It's like, oh, they didn't call me back. They hate me. Like, I'm going to delete them. You know, they live to their house with someone else. You know, and you get all pouty and stuff, and that's stupid.
Yeah.
It's not personal. It's not. It's our fault. We didn't give grace. We didn't follow up. We didn't show them that we were the best. So, you had a question.
I did, and this is for you and the room, because I'm new in real estate. Have you, in the course of your career, ever done vendor fairs for prospecting purposes, and were they, helpful to you? Did you have much success?
Tell me about vendor fairs. Tell me more about that.
Where my former employer is holding a vendor fair.
Yep.
And there's going to be some big company names there.
Yeah.
And I was going to be there with a lender.
Yes.
So
I'd call that networking, and that's one of my key things that we do. And you want to be Seth Godin has a book, Tribes, that talks about your tribe. We talked a little bit about this last night. I mean, we're human beings. We all like to, pack together, whatever it may be, over college football, or the Braves, or the Hawks, or the Falcons, or whatever. Georgia. I mean, we're big fans of the Dogs this year in Tennessee. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, woo, me too. This year. Listen, my friend, you all have a friend here locally. What's his name? Gosh, it just went out of my head. But anyway, he and I have a fun rivalry. He came to Nashville and ran his mouth when Georgia beat us, so I'm just giving him some payback.
He's an agent here or just in Atlanta?
Yeah, he's in Atlanta. It's a husband-wife team. It's not Andy and Leslie. It's someone else.
Oh, is it Holly Purcell? Holly and Jim Purcell?
I know them though. No, Matt Raines, and
Matt Raines. Sugarloaf.
Yes. And Matt came in and was like talking about the Dogs. Anyway, so he's not here, so we'll move on. But maybe he's watching online. We'll get him for that. But anyway, if it's networking and somewhere where you're going to connect, that's something you want to invest in. However, you want to be intentional about it. You want to go in and you want to be intentional. That's a harvest time too, just like open houses. You want to go in with the intention of collecting so you can follow up. All that is, in that moment, in my professional opinion, it's at the meet and greet, and then you're harvesting to follow up later. You want to go in with it. Any networking event I go to, I have a goal that I'm going to collect at least 5 business cards and follow up with. I don't even take my own. Because what are they going to do with it? Nothing. We're going to be purposeful. We're going to be intentional. We're going to follow up and set a meeting with them and have an entire consultation about who's your realtor. Tell me about your real estate experiences. What are your needs? Where are you going to be? Right now, fingers crossed, y'all say a prayer for me. We're on the tip end of a massive private relocation that will have 50 executives move to Nashville, Tennessee. 50. You know how many real estate companies they're working with and interviewing?
2. One, just him.
And I did not, again, just like my first $1 million deal, I didn't do a good job. I asked the client in my initial consultation, who do you know that I should work with? By the way, she's in a nice company. I knew it was a company, didn't know what it did. Logisource or something weird, right? Like, what the hell is Logisource? I don't know. And come to find out, Logisource it's not Logisource, but let's just go with it.
Yeah.
Logisource, has 12,000 employees. I said, great, I'd love to meet your HR manager. She says, no problem. We have a lunch. The lunch is terrible. One of the worst professional meetings of my career. It was awkward. Like, the HR manager was weird, strange. We did not connect. It's really strange for me and uncomfortable for me not to connect, right? Like, I'm not in a good place. My client was not helpful and was saying not good things and talking about, she was super distracting, like shiny thing. And I was like, God, shut up. And then the HR manager brought their intern as a thank you dinner for her that I paid for. And I was like, I did this wrong. This is awful. 6 months later, I get a phone call. Hey, Alex, this is so-and-so at Legisource HR. I've got an executive that I need your help with. Cool. Thank you so much. Bought a $600,000 house. 4 months later, hey, Alex, I got another executive. Need your help. Great. $600,000 house. 6 months after that, hey, Alex, how you doing? Got another one. 1.5. Full custom. Okay. And then I get a phone call. Hey, Alex, this is so-and-so at HR at Logisource. Yeah, I don't know you though. No, but I heard you're the guy that I need to talk to. We just doubled our company, and I'm gonna need your help with relocation. Really? Yes, we're gonna move approximately 50 people into town. Wow. All executive level? Yeah. Cool. Who else are you talking to? Just you. The hell is wrong with me? Like, right? Like, why did I follow up? Why am I not shining her shoes every single Monday? Right? Like, good grief. Right? So it's
They're
there.
not really interviewing you, they're already sending you the people.
First one, they said, hey, we're interviewing you, we're making our process, blah, blah, blah. The next day, I've got a phone call. Yesterday, went under contract, 1-2. By the way, the guy met me, doesn't know me, never met him ever. Start to finish under contract in 12 days. 1.2. He's like, I love this house, it's underpriced, I trust you, get it for me. And I said, what? Amen to that. All the time. And so I was like, He's like, you're great, I trust you, you're professional, get this house for my family. I said, well, here's what you need to do. He's like, cool, do that. Accept it. No counters, no nothing. Done. So, my point in that is, how much opportunity we have. If you did 10 transactions last year, you have 150 transactions laid in your phone right now. Because you can find them, you can get that person. So go to that networking event, go to those HR men, find their HR manager, who deals with real estate, who do you know? Have your play sheet laminated, have your scripts, be ready to go. You don't have to internalize them, you don't have to know all the path. But you can have a if this then that path, right? That's what they do on the play sheets in the NFL. It's like third down, third and short. What do we do? Okay, this. You know, you get this guy, okay. How many people do, what did I do with my banker? I told you, I qualified, right? My banker, I'm like, great, before I changed my voicemail, how many referrals did you send out last year? What was that? Cool. Now I'm listening. If you're telling me you just don't like my voicemail, then I don't really care. Like, you know? And you better refer me now that I've changed it. So her number one person, the guy that I keep talking about on the $1 million house, the $2 million buyer that I got from calling him that doesn't need to buy anything, that same guy, he's her favorite person. He runs venture capital fund. I'm sure he's put millions of dollars into their bank. I can't talk to her without talking about this guy. And so I'm like, I need you to tell her that I'm doing a great job. And he's like, no problem, I'll call her right now. I watched him do it on his phone. Like, bing, bing, bing. I'll tell her right now. Hey! And away we went. So, that's being purposeful, right? About that, being intentional. So go to that, yes, plan to collect. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna connect? How are you gonna build great relationships, right? And do it all the time. Do it regularly. You know, wherever you can get in the habit of creating that and collecting, get in the habit of collecting and building real relationships. Then you gotta follow up after. It's just like these open house people. You gotta follow up after the fact. What else?
Yeah.
Y'all are doing good. You're soldering in. Like, I mean, I'm sure y'all gotta go to the bathroom. Y'all go ahead. I told you to do that. I'm surprised that y'all are staying with. Go ahead. That's great though. It's awesome. I thrive on it.
You said that your listing average is like twice your like market or average. What are you doing to raise your listing average?
Yeah.
And what are you doing to have more of a presence in the luxury market?
So those are great questions and our specific focuses. So a couple things. One, I've always I was raised and I grew up on the wrong side of town. Believe it or not, bow tie and all. My friends couldn't come over and play when I was a kid, and I love that I work all into the market. I work top to bottom, both ends. You know, I'll sell $40,000, houses and all the way up to $4 million stuff. I really do. I talk about and shared last night, I got to go with the CEO the other day and was with the CEO of this big name company, sitting in his office, had to go through a retinal scan and thumbprints and IDs and all kinds of crazy stuff to go see this guy, and then left to go on an inspection on a $62,000 condo for a first-time buyer. So those things can conflict, but as a business person, I was always strategic about doing the best that can be done. And the scary part about luxury, right, is like you gotta wait a long time. You know, if you sell a $7 million house, you gotta wait. There's a long fuse to that. The absorption rate on that, they sit on the market for 3 years in inventory. So you gotta survive that. When it's good, it's good. When it's bad, it's really bad. So I was intentional about building my business that would have some base to it, that if one nail fell out, I didn't lose half my revenue for the year. So we were really intentional about building a business that, not that we go fall out, that's just part of the business. And we were really intentional about building a business that way, that had some structure to it and had some scalability to it. And the way we are focused, it's everything I told you today. We're doing open houses, we're building our database, we're building our network, we're talking about it. You gotta be careful about what you're saying and what you're attracting. Your attitude is what you attract. So if your attitude is that you dress up and wear nice, wear a bow tie, become a suit and tie guy all the time. I mean, there are people, my 10-year business manager, we've been in business for 10 years. She told me the other day, there are less than 5 times in her life that she's ever seen me without a bow tie on. 10 years. Less than 5 times ever. I was like, are you serious? She's like, yeah. There are realtors in my town that don't recognize me if I don't have this on. It's weird. I've been in the mall and I've been like, hey! And they're like, oh my God, Alex, I didn't recognize you. I'm like,
I saw you at family reunion and you weren't in a bow tie, you were in your t-shirt or something, maybe you just worked out, and I was like, it took me a second to
isn't
go,
that
"Hey,
funny?
Alex," you know?
I was in yoga.
Yeah.
And you know what's funny about that? I went to that morning yoga class. I really did, and it was so funny. There was a lady in yoga with me that met me there. That's another mega in Florida. She's no P in Florida, in fact. And when I met her at Luxury, she's like, oh my God, look at you and your little bow tie. That's so great. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I sleep in the damn thing. What are you talking about? But she met me at yoga. You know, I was like, that's crazy. You know, so it's just so funny. I mean, and if you didn't have it on, what happens? People go, oh, where's your bow tie? I mean, and you're having conversations. You know, you're going into it, you know. So it's funny. The best thing about the bow tie
7
is
days a week.
It was all organic. 6. I don't dumbly wear it on Sunday. Or wherever the buffer is. At this point in my career, I need a full 36 hours to recharge. Because it takes a lot of energy. I get a lot of energy from rooms like this and enthusiasm. I mean, last night, the things that we did with John and the ALC, like, it took me about 2 hours to calm down. Because I get so jacked up. You know, it's fun and it's great, and that's just my personality. I thrive on it. And I had to calm down. Like, I had to meditate. I had to chill out. Because my mind was just like, oh, let's go. You know, I mean, like, let's keep it going, you know, and I just have to settle. Like, it'll take me, I won't chill out from this until about Cookville, or until about Murfreesboro, when I get home to Nashville, you know. I'll make it run down the road. So, to answer your question though,
what are you focused on? What are you doing to increase your luxury?
We do it, one of the techniques that we do in luxury specifically, and we've started working on it a lot. I came down here and was intentional. You know, you have Live Luxury here in Atlanta, and you've got some luxury agents that are here that are really focused on it. Most importantly, you have Kay, you know, right here. And you should absolutely use her as a resource and take every at-bat you get with her, because she is one of the preeminent luxury specialists in the country. And getting to be around her and listening to that, she's right here. You know, I mean, you don't have to, I come in from Nashville to see her on purpose when I can. And I mean, I would do it. If she called me today and wants me to stay, I'll stay. Like, come on, where are you? You know, so anyway, my point is you have to be intentional. You got to find a way to be, what I always say, appropriately disruptive. So one of the things I've done in Nashville is when I went on ALC, I took 2 committees. And I've brought luxury. Luxury is not an official ALC luxury position. However, I made a deal with our team leader because I had to come in with my population in our market center that I had to represent the teams, because there was no other team big leadership in our ALC. So I came in and started doing that, and I committed to luxury. So what we did was we created a plan that was going to help us be more disruptive in luxury. So what we've done is, I made a mistake initially. I handpicked the luxury committee, which was a mistake, because what do you do with something that you've been selected for versus something you've earned? Right? If you're like, hey, you're in, you're like, cool, what is that? I don't know, I didn't ask for it, so that was a mistake. What I learned about halfway through that on the luxury committee is I decided what we were going to do is we were going to meet on a regular basis. One of the things they teach us in ALC clinic is don't meet once a month, meet every week for 15 minutes in a stand-up meeting. So I heard that, we implemented that. Gene Rivers says that, and that's a better thing. Meet 15 minutes more frequently, more often, quick, get it done, move on. So what we do is every 3 weeks we meet for 15 minutes in the center of the office. We all come in, we talk about luxury, we talk about what we're doing, and then we all disperse, and we all, as a group, go to a broker open. Now, I don't know about you, but like, I don't like broker opens. Like, there's not my clients, they're not gonna buy houses with me, they're not particularly fun. However, the luxury level, it's a thing, right? So what we needed to do was we needed to have more market impact in our market center by bringing an enormous amount of people. In our market, a good broker open with actual brokers is somewhere around 8 to 10 people. So when we opened our committee up, we opened the luxury committee up to anyone that wants to be in the entire market center, that wants to work on it. However, the requirement to be involved in the luxury committee is you have to have 5 agents of influence that you're willing to work with, that when you say, hey, I need you to come to an open house that we're all going to, now Keller Williams Green Hills is driving 80 people to a broker open. They don't have to be KW, they don't have to be, but it's 5 agents of influence. Now why that's important is all these people from all these other brokerages are like, hey, what about this luxury committee thing? Can I hang out? Can I come? Can I do it? And you're like, yeah, let me introduce you to John Fountain. He'll be happy to talk to you about how you can join that. Right?
Right.
Right?
Yes.
And that's his job, by the way.
Yes.
And he'll do it, not yours. That's a big misnomer about people and team leaders and recruiting and all that. You're like, I gotta get the scripts right, I gotta know that. No, I'm gonna have John call you. Cool?
Cool.
Done. So do that forever, by the way. And when you have these five agents of influence, just your friends. Do you have real estate friends that are not in this company?
Yes.
Fantastic. If 5 of them that you could call and say, hey, our Keller Williams Luxury Committee is going to this broker open today, please come. Would you do that? Would they go?
Yeah,
Cool.
I think
So-
yeah, they would.
So, what you have the power to do now is if you have 20 people that each have 5 agents of influence, now all of a sudden you're driving all those people and it's all coming out of this office. All by being intentional, all by just having 5 people. So that's the requirement. If you don't qualify for luxury and you don't have the 5 agents, you can't participate. Like, it is a committee that has requirements. But if you don't, and I've got one that I've got to have that tough conversation with, I'm like, bro, you got to bring your 5, because the guy was like camped out in this guy's luxury house, like he's just kicking it at the counter, like eating and having a good time. And I'm like, dude, this is work. It's not a free lunch buffet. Like, you know, like you need to do something. And I don't see any of your people here. You know what I mean? So we got really intentional about that. When we expanded it and let people do that, we have the biggest committee in our office. We have 27 active people on the Keller Williams Luxury Committee.
Wow.
Right? And I'm telling you, I failed my way there. It was epically bad. And I can't tell, you don't know, if you can't tell, I'm super competitive and I was embarrassed and not happy about it. But that was because I picked people and was like, you and you and you and you, y'all come on. And they were like, it didn't happen. When I opened it and all of a sudden we got 27 people and all these people were raising their hand, now all this you and you and you and you were like, ooh, I need to, what is that again? I need to go, ooh, I need to go there. Now, we've made a premium part of that too. Let me share this other nugget because we're kind of down the road on the committee. We've added a layer to it. Every 4th week we meet for an hour and we do a full sit down. We have a full sit down thing and we talk about stuff. And luxury, there's a habit too of this, hey, needs, wants, buyer stuff. That aggravates the fire out of me. Like, that is not productive. Like, it's just not. Like, there's a way to do it. So what we do, our committee, is you have to email those needs and wants in advance and we distribute it. So we get rid of that. Like, it's cool, it's good. It's really valuable to drive all that information, but it's not valuable to do it face to face. You need to do it, have access to it, resources, and we send it out in an Excel spreadsheet of needs and wants. So if you're in a meeting with someone like, hey, do you have any buyers that are looking for it? You can go, yep, I sure do, here it is. They're in my office and my network. So that's one of the things we do. Another thing that we've added is we do have a couple of agents, me included, that do perform at a high level in the luxury market. In our market center, we did $88 million in production last year. We had 6 agents that were responsible for about $250 million in that volume, me being one of them. So we have what we've developed called the pricing committee. This is in a book, this is not mine. Came from a guy named Jack Cotton who wrote a book called Selling Luxury Real Estate. Jack had this pricing committee thing that he uses. We're having great success with that. Because at the luxury level, price is subjective, right? More times than not. And so we get into that, and now those 6 people are at a kind of premium level, and we talk about that, and we say, hey, we had $880 million in volume sold out of Keller Williams Nashville. 6 people did $250 million of it. I can have those 6 individuals come out, tour your home, give you an opinion, and give an opinion of price once you choose to hire me. So that means it's not you. You now get all these area experts. That is flex. Because in Nashville, I don't know about Atlanta. I know there's a boutique here that just got bought out, but that on the high end that you compete with. But when you now have that, we're the #1 company in North America, and I have this volume and my pricing committee. Now you're not competing with one guy, right? Now you've got a different conversation. In Nashville, the dominating luxury markets are 3 or 4 boutique solo agents. That's it. And so when we change the conversation, we're #1 in North America, we're #1 company, and we're #1 in Nashville, and you're gonna have my 6-person pricing committee come in.
Love it.
People go, what is that? I never even heard of that. And you're like, yeah, sign right here. And then we have some standards on that too about how that works and what the pricing committee is. I'm coming to you, I saw your hand.
Okay.
I wanna hear that.
And we go through, so our standard is we pick the 6, we got commitment from them for it, and if they do not participate, they only get 1 or 2 absences from the pricing committee. okay? The pricing committee, you cannot miss. It's an honor, it's a privilege. If you miss, you're out, and we
Who's
take
on it?
someone else. It's the top 6 producing,
You, Josh, Tiffany.
no, it's not. They're not. But there are 6. Michael Sword, who's the #1 luxury agent in Southeast region. Tim Kine, who's a solo.
Got it.
Me. There are members of each of those teams that participate in the luxury committee because they're luxury focused.
Yeah.
Alex Helton has a member that's on his team. Samaris Tiffany has some too. But it's individuals that have done it. Because luxury level tends to be solo, maybe a solo with an admin, solo with a buyer's agent. So it's agents that have big market share, big networks, 35-year veterans. And that market share drives that, and that's when we really flex with that 250 sales volume.
Great.
So that's how we do that. What the commitment, the floor plan is, two more things on that. We have a standard form that we go, it's a 2-hour commitment once a month. 2 hours, 1 hour at the house, 1 hour, and whoever the host is that calls for the luxury committee treats everyone to lunch, and you download at the lunch. So there's value, you're getting literally a free lunch. And you get to download and you get to ask the questions, you get to get the feedback, you get to have the conversation and the pricing out of it. This came out of an idea too, if y'all watch those shows, Millionaire Listing Agent shows, Josh Altman did one like that where he had a board. And he had 10 million, 12, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 million. And everyone, he did a big broker open, everyone came in with their cards. Now that's cool, and it was cool for television. However, the difference in that particular technique is all of those people put their card up there, but we didn't know their qualifications.
Right.
So what you're doing is we're leveraging up 225 million in luxury in sale volume is more than anyone in our market, far and away. So that power of bringing that 250 million in sale volume and flexing on that is like 4 times the biggest luxury solo agent. Does that make sense? You know, there's this one person, I'm sure there's 1 or 2 or 3 here in town, and maybe more than that, maybe 10. But that is changing, being disruptive in an appropriate way. So anyway, the other thing that we do is when we go to the broker opens, we now have branded feedback cards, not their feedback cards. We take, our people take KW branded feedback cards that are specific with great questions. And we give them great answers. Hey, I think this needs to be updated. I think that needs to be updated. Here's where I think it should be priced. You know, real stuff, not, what do you think? Like, that's silly. Like, real constructive, it's 6 questions that we picked that we wanted to hear. What did you think? What's going on in the market? What do you see? Who do you know? That kind of stuff. Make sense? So anyway, I've kind of gone way down the road on luxury committee. But that's how we're doing that. We're being very intentional. I'll finish on luxury, one more thing.
Which was a great answer, and I see why you're growing.
Let me ask her and I'll come right back.
Time to look at me.
Okay, I won't think about it.
No, how many people in your market center are luxury agents?
That are actually paying in Killeen, like in the 6 or 7 of us, me included.
So, you only have 6 or 7, but you have 27 on the luxury committee.
That's correct.
Okay, so we have 27.
27 members.
We have 27 live luxury agents.
That's awesome.
So.
So there's a huge opportunity there.
Huh?
There's a huge opportunity there.
Yeah, so we need to, we'll talk, Heather, we'll talk, Heather's a luxury, that, all of that, and then would you afterwards share with me what your questions are?
Oh, for sure, I'll send it to you. I don't care. Yeah, that's not a problem.
So, on the feedback and everything.
Yeah.
And then the one thing is, so I know 5 agents that are not Keller Williams that do high volume, and you're saying I should call them, even though it's not my listing, and say, hey, would you like to meet me for this? This is a great listing, and perhaps you've got a buyer.
Yeah, hey, we're going. Our Keller Williams Luxury Committee is going to 123 Jones Avenue. It's an amazing listing, and we'd love to have you. We're going, we're coming as a big group. We'd love to see you there too. The value by doing that, whether it's our listing or not, is again, we want to become how we're gaining market share, how we're being intentional about this, is we're gaining market share. You're welcome. We're gaining market share by being a driving force. That right now, we're 6 months in, and people are already going, hey, what's that thing? Y'all need to call Alex, and he runs that thing in Green Hills, and they get a lot of people that come. When we get people there, they go, we showed up at a boutique's office, and the guy was like, oh my God. Like, we just poured in. And we only had like 30 people. We had another guy one time that we showed up with at like 15 or 20, we single-handedly tripled. He was standing there feeding the builders, you know, and the builders, and like, just, they weren't doing anything. They weren't being intentional, they weren't being purposeful. And we showed up in a big way with big people, and they're like, how'd you get here? Oh my God, it's great to see you. And it's an agent from another office, not our office, not the host's office, another office. And they're like, oh, well, Alex called me, told me to come. Now, the value of doing that is you're driving the traffic, you become, you know, a force. You have a thing that people want to drive traffic to. And you get reciprocity from all the ones that you're giving back to. Because who calls you and asks you for favors right now? Who do you ask for help? Nobody. Right. And if you did, and then when it's yours or when it's theirs, you got to go for sure. But then they're bringing us listings, they're bringing us inventory, and we get the exposure. We got to go in this amazing $4 million house last week. It's completely maintenance free. It's awesome. It's got these cool outside hurricane shutters on it because this guy only lives in town like 3 months out of the year. Had a 700 bottle wine cellar. I mean, it was spectacular. It was so cool. He had a Bentley and a Porsche. I mean, all the stuff, you know, all the stuff. Had this cool French kitchen, had every single copper pot, hand hammered copper pot you've ever seen. It was spectacular. We got to go to that. I mean, I didn't even know it was there, and I pass this house every day, and have for every day of my life.
And that was with your six-person pricing committee, or?
No, that was with luxury. That was the whole shop. It was a big broker open, and we got to go, and they said, hey, y'all come. So you want to create value, you want to give value to them by doing that, and that's how we've done it. And we've been very successful with it. It's still in its infancy, but you have amazing opportunity. If you've got 27 luxury members, you need to say that. You need to say that in your luxury listings. You need to have people tell them. You need to teach people what to say. Because if any one of y'all that's not in luxury, you need to know that you have 27 paying luxury members that have access to the top 2,000 luxury agents in the #1 company in North America. Really? Harry who? Where? What? Like, right? Atlanta Luxury, what's the name of that new company? Anyway, we don't want to slander anybody. But, right, I wasn't talking about anybody specific. We're going to be positive. We're going to be positive. Right, we're going to be positive around here.
I'll catch it.
So, fine, you all catch that. So, but you understand what I'm saying? Now we're doing things differently, the best they can be done. One of the other things I'll share about luxury, was there another question? Okay. One of the other things that I'm doing to be very specific about it is growing it. This comes from Jack Cotton too, a book selling luxury real estate. It's very good. Again, not an affiliate marketer. However, one of his things is talking about people, talking to them about who they know that need to buy, you know, who that we need to call. Who are their professional people? Who are their neighbors? Who are their resources? Who's their whatever? Who's their golf pro? Who's their mobile dog groomer? That, you know, those people. Who are their connectors? Making calls to them, letting them know about the houses, and getting really intentional. We have a 5-5-5 rule. This is brand new. I use this in my company. 5-5-5. We get 5 people from them. We get their 5 closest neighbors or sphere contacts they know. We use 5 professional people, and then 5 that they have. Their attorney, their banker, their whatever, trust attorney, their whoever, their CPA, financial planner, money manager, insurance person, whomever. And then we get their 5 most connected influential people. 5-5-5. And we get that. Now we get some pushback. People are like, why are you asking me all this? Like, I need you to sell my house. I'm like, that's what I'm doing. And I'm going to help you because I'm going to call your people on your behalf, let them know that you've hired me, let them make sure that they're aware, and ask them on your behalf to help you, make sure they connect with other great clients just like you, because they're in business with you, to make sure that they share it, and then I'm going to follow up. So what happens operationally for us is now we have 15 database calls that we get to go. We all those people go into our database, and 8 out of 10 of those phone calls turns into what?
Business.
A name. And then it turns into a name, and then that person we get to call and go, hey, you don't know me, but so-and-so called me, and now we're leveraging their relationship. That's brand new to us, by the way. But now we're at that level, and it just makes sense?
That's like a networking expert.
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's difficult. Because you have to do it, it's consistent. It's simple, but it's not easy.
What time of day?
Simple, but it's not easy. You got to hear that.
I received that.
Hear that. Like, it is simple, but it's not easy. And writing the numbers and going, and doing it. And then going, okay, and then, you know, but it's amazing. It works.
What time of day are you making your phone calls?
9 to 11, every day. 9 to 11 every day. We lead Power Hour in our office. We do it in a big public space. Everyone can hear us, watch us, listen. And I get my steps into while I'm walking around. do it, cause I think better when I'm moving. It's hard for me to sit still. I don't have a problem or anything, I just like to be, I like to be moving. With all the children, like I don't have time to, if I get my 10,000 steps in while I'm walking and doing it on the phone, like, what else am I doing? So. What else? Was that good on luxury? Like we got way down the road on
That
luxury.
was.
That was
So-
fabulous.
So, yes, sir.
When you were referring back to the question of, where they don't wanna sign the broker via brokerage at
Yeah.
the open house?
Yeah.
What was the method you said was it the 3-4-1 you just talked about?
Yeah, so we do a 3 for free. So we could say, hey, we'd love to try us out. We do a 3 for free program. Let's go see 3 houses, try it out, see what it's gonna be like to work with us. And if you don't like it, now what we do is we do have them sign that. Ideally, the system is to meet them in advance and to tell them how it's gonna work, how I'm gonna give you a competitive advantage over everyone else in the market, and so. And then we meet in advance. I love that technique. That's great. But here's a key point though. Don't miss this point. When they call and it's live and it's on the cycle, or excuse me, not live because we're not taking calls live. We are returning phone calls quickly on voicemail, so you're prepared. And when you're returning those calls prepared, you go, hello, you know, I'm calling you back at 123 Smith Street. When can you go? You set the appointment, right? Don't force for the trees this, right? Like don't get confused. You set the appointment, then you back into it, right? Hey, so are there other houses you want to see? Yes. Great, we're gonna need a little bit more time. Okay, and you back into it one more time. And I'd like to meet for about 15 or 20 minutes before we get started just to talk to you about the process. Is that okay? Great, we're gonna be in this neighborhood. We're gonna be in Sandy Springs. I'd love to meet you at the deli right over on blah, blah, blah. Right?
When you say competitive edge, you repeated that so many times.
You like that?
Very much, but I wanted to know what is your competitive edge? How
Competitive, we're gonna give you a competitive advantage over everyone else in the market.
Sure, but what is it?
Well, our process. We're gonna help you find we're the #1 company in North America. We're the #1 company in Nashville. We're got a system, we got a process, and my clients, my responsibility is I am only a buyer's agent. That's all I do. And I have a limited number of clients that I can work with. So I'm completely and totally focused on you. I have no listing responsibilities whatsoever. So what that allows me to do is allows me and my partners to totally focus. I also have access to one of the biggest listing agents in the office and knowing what's coming on the market in advance. So wouldn't it be a competitive advantage for you to have access to the insider trading information, literally, knowing what was coming on the market before it did?
With no legal repercussions? No, I'm kidding.
It's not illegal.
Insider.
Yes. Well, whatever. That's SEC, this is real estate, right? So what we could do is, because I have relationships, because I'm in the biggest office in Middle Tennessee, I have the access. You're in the biggest office in Atlanta.
Yeah, right.
I have access to everyone. Can you come to team meeting and sit right here and go, hey, I got this coming, I got that coming, I got this, I got a buyer that's got this need.
How
Can
many
you do that?
listings
We do
you
that,
have on a?
yes.
Yes, so you get to do that. So is that what we're doing? We don't take advantage of all the resources we have, right? We don't take advantage of that's there. Like, it's like I was telling you before, where Chris Heller told me, he was like, stop doing that. Do more of what you do. It's the same thing. We don't realize, I said it myself out loud here on tape forever, that it frustrates me sitting there going, buyer needs. And on the way down here, I called one of my luxury committee guys, the $2 million guy that I've been talking about all day, and said, hey, I got a guy that wants to buy a lot. He's like, cool, I got one. I mean, that's magic. That's magic, right? He's like, I got a lot. It's a good one, too. It's not on the market. I'm like, that's amazing. Do I have an amazing phone call to make on my ride home?
Sure.
Absolutely. Is that guy gonna be blown away?
Of course.
For sure. So we missed that opportunity. If you're sitting in here and you have no business, no listings, no buyers whatsoever, and you come into a meeting and you hear needs and wants, that's your network. That's your world. That's what you can talk about. Right? You can now talk about that forever. My partners. Yes? My office. My company has this coming. I mean, you got all that stuff. Those are all arrows in your quiver, and you can shoot every one of them just when you need it. But if you don't know, you're not paying attention, you're not taking notes, you just go, I'm not buyer for that. I'm tired of them talking about that. You know, you check out, or if you be intentional, do it the best that it can be done, you got a different perspective. Yeah? What else?
Right.
T minus. So the competitive advantage, right? Like that's the big thing. You want to have that different. That people want that. You ask the question. You're a good salesperson, right? So and you asked. You're like, ooh, what's that? You keep saying that competitive advantage thing. What is that? my point is, you don't wanna be in business with someone that doesn't want a competitive advantage. They're not serious. Now, I say that being one of the most competitive people on the planet. Right? So that's my language. That works for me. But those are my tribes. Those are my networks. That's who I'm gonna connect with at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And as a Diana thing, if they don't wanna get help, if they don't need to buy or sell in the next 10 days, then they're probably not the best lead that you need to be spending the most time on. I just told you I sold $1.2 million house from a guy that I went soup to nuts in 10 days. It does happen if you focus on it, and I heard that in a power up, and that changed my thinking. Like, that is a real different kind of buyer. Final, yes sir. Last one. No, anybody else? Go ahead, last one.
Once I have done a few open houses and I've get a good number of people and have them on my database.
Yes.
What do you think that is the most effective way to follow up with them and get them excited to work with me?
Yeah.
Once I meet them already?
That's a great question, and something I missed in the class of backtracking, and thank you for that. One of the things you want to do in an open during, if it's not successful, couple of things. One, if it's a walk-in community, you get out in front of the house. People are walking by, walking the dog, get out there and say hello to people. Like, we are in business. We are in retail. Get out there and say hello. What's up? How are y'all? Come on in. What's going on? Tell me about the neighborhood. Add value. What do you need? You need a market analysis on your house. I just did one on this house. I'm pretty sure you could do another one pretty quick without a lot of extra work, right? You can really give back to them. You can really have great connection to them. That's a great opportunity. The other thing is, once you've done this a little bit, exactly as you said, if you go to an open and it's not successful, you call all those other people that have been to your open houses before, because they're looking at open houses again. And you go, hey, the voicemail is, hey, this is Alex Brandau calling. I met you at an open house a couple weeks ago. I'm just following back up with you. I'm working this weekend and wanted to see if there's anything you needed. If you do, please call me. I'd love to see you. Hope you're great. Bye. Hey, I'm working in the neighborhood. I saw a house and was thinking about you, right? Because you do, right? Like, we see houses every single day. I saw a house today, was thinking about you, giving it to you. Make sense?
Right.
Alex, you're the only one they're talking about doing voicemails. Everybody that would, like, do not leave a voicemail, do not leave.
Well, you gotta leave good bait. You gotta say something good. I got something really exciting to call me about. Call me back. I'm also busy. Like, I don't have time to wait to call them back. Like, if they call me back, they'll call me back.
Sure.
Right? If you gotta leave good bait. If it's like fishing, right? If you go fishing, you throw a hook in the water, and someone's like, bite that hook, fish. That ain't gonna work out. Right? You know, like, it doesn't work. Hold on, I'm coming. But if you have good bait, you put a good trap on it, it's got a rattle and it's got a shiny thing, and like, ooh, what's that? And the fish go over there. They hit that thing, right? You gotta have good bait. You gotta have good script. You gotta have good reason to call. If you just go, hey, I was calling, maybe, kind of, sort of, you know, we're busy, we can, and you might call me back. Like, nobody's calling that person back. It's a bad voicemail. So, right? So understand that when you're in the open, you better go prepared. Go prepared to be busy, and you'll be busy in the open. Whether someone comes in or not, go prepared to be busy. Take 2 hours of prospecting calls. Take 2 hours of the neighborhood list. I saw you. Take 2 hours of open house follow-ups, what have you, and hit that, right? But that's your you're prospecting. Be purposeful, intentional, get into prospecting. I got you. I told you both. Hold on 1 second. I'm coming to you. Yes.
Okay, so you said you never answer your phone. So if you're leaving all those messages for people to call you about that open house and you're leaving that bait, are you actually answering their calls or still going to voicemail and calling them back again?
You talking about the people that have attended my open house?
Yes.
Yes, so if I'm prospecting, if that's where I am, being purposeful and I'm in my time block and I'm being intentional about what I'm doing, then I will answer.
Okay.
I'll see that they called back and I'm like, hey, they're calling me and because I'm at an open, how are you? Like, yeah, right. You gotta do all that, right? But I don't answer the call to numbers I don't know. I add people to the database after I've met them. Name, phone number, email that I really know, they go in the database.
Okay.
Right? But the rest of them don't. I almost didn't answer John's call the other day because he wasn't in the phone. And I was like, what? Because we've been talking on Messenger and email and various other things. And I was like, that's an Atlanta number. I was like, I better get that. And I'm like, I don't know, because I was on the phone. I was on the other line, right? And I was like, okay. Now he's in the phone. Like, I'm just so habitual.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
So, anyway, you had one.
Did you say do you call or do you door knock before your open house?
Absolutely.
Neighborhood?
Yeah, so twofold.
So without flyers, because you said you don't want to give them anything.
We will give them digital. There's 2 reasons for that. 1, we collect their, 3 reasons for that. 1, we collect their information. 2, they can share it more easily when we give it digitally.
So when
3,
you're door knocking, if they say something, you'll say, hey, give me your email, I'll send it to you.
what's your best email? I'll be happy to send it to you so you can share it with anybody you may know that's interested in buying. Then they give you a real email. Then you can follow up forever. Hey, the house went under contract. Hey, the house this. Hey. Make sense? Went under contract, now it's sold, now it's this, now it's that. You're welcome. So, anything else? There was one more. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say, one thing you said last night, which I thought was, just great, especially for me and my brain and, ADD. You make your A's, you prioritize.
Oh, yeah, your priorities.
Your A's, your B's and your C's, and let's see, your A's by noon, your B's by the end of the day, and the C's by the end of the week.
Yeah, so I'll talk about that. One of my techniques when I was a solo agent before I had any admins, I started that technique. I carried a sheet. It was a things to do sheet. It had 25 items on it. It was legal page. I thought that I was a hostess at restaurants more times than I can remember because I carried this long sheet that had this thing on it. It was a legal clipboard that I carried with me everywhere I went. Not legal, not leather bound. It was brown with a metal top clip. You know what I'm talking about, right? I carried that around with me everywhere I went because I kept everything in handwriting in one place. Because if you handwrite it, it's kinesthetic, you're learning it. You also are looking at it, you remember it better. And so I would just get it all out and keep it all there. I had my things to do right there, and I had on the far right-hand column my calendar. And so I knew where I was going. So every morning I would handwrite my calendar so I would remember, and I didn't look. I still do that to this day. I use a Maps calendar that's now out that's spectacular. And I use that every single week at a glance. I use it every single day. The first thing I do is I come in and I write it in pencil every single day all the way down. But what I did was I would go through and prioritize, and when I would finish, when I was done with my very last appointment, I would brain dump. I would get in the habit of just brain dumping everything that I needed to do the next day onto that sheet. That's where it was. To be balanced, to have a healthy life, and outside of real estate, I had to be intentional about downloading all that, or I'd dream about it. Anyone else ever negotiated a deal on your sleep?
Yeah.
Yes, I have. Like, I do it all the time. If you're thinking about something, I was fired up, I dreamed about this last night. Like, I was like, you're thinking about it because you didn't turn your brain off. And so, that was the way I learned to turn my brain off, and it was there because I knew it was there, I knew what was happening. Then the next day I would rewrite it, and I would pick the A's, the B's, and the C's. So she's exactly right. The A's must be done by noon today. The B's must be done by the end of the day today, and the C's must be done by the end of the week. Then when I had my first admin, I invoked those same rules as I had them, and I would give them 2 A's, 2 B's, and 2 C's, and the rest are C's. And if they got through the A's and the B's, then of course, what can they do? Work on the C's.
Yeah.
And some C's became A's the next day, or some C's became B's the next day. But we had a pattern and a format that we were working through in a regular way, and then I didn't micromanage. They knew my responsibilities, they knew my exact expectations, because I'll tell you straight up right now, I have very high expectations of my people and of myself. Not something that I don't hold by myself too. Like, I hold it, and I love every single one of my people. I'm super proud of them. I tell you for sure, without question, my team is some of the most professional people on the planet, because they don't make it with us if they're not.
Well, and they would say the same about you, the lady that's been with you for 10 years.
Yes, there's no question. And why is that? Because talent wants to be with talent. Talent pushes talent, right? You want to be with great people. That's why she's such an advocate. And when you align with that right person, it explodes. So anyway, I share that nugget with you, that, do that, because that kept me from micromanaging and looking at and really getting fired up about the 8th thing on her checklist. Like, you didn't do this? Like, oh my God, you're letting me down. Like, I'm paying you. Like that, no, it wasn't a priority. It wasn't a priority, and we knew that. It became a better priority. That was just that worked for me in my box. So please, if you did anything, make sure you get your things.
Was this helpful?
Yes, absolutely.
Unbelievable, right? I mean, mega. Listen, his career path is to get into KW Master Faculty. So his goal is to travel around the country and teach and coach and maybe bold one day, I don't know. So what I need you to do, I need you to take 2 minutes, pull out your phone, go to KWFA eval.com. It's going to take you 2 minutes to fill out a survey, give this guy amazing feedback so that he can get better, and he'll have that in his arsenal.
I really want it too. Like, if you didn't like something, if I slipped up and cussed here or there or something, I don't think I did today.
There is no failure, just feedback.
Feedback.
Yeah.
Bring it to me. Give it to me what you like.
It's I'll write it on the board. It's KWFA eval.com.
No app, John?
No, KWFA eval.com. Got it?
Yeah.
He's not on the instructor list, and the course is not on the course list. You're gonna have to put other on both.
That's awesome. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
It's an honor. Thank y'all for having me.
You said
Dude, these people
KWFA.
stayed like fierce. I'm glad I gave some good stuff because they were here and committed, and I hope to see a bunch of signs. I hope I don't get any fines.
Well, I want to talk about it. Smart corner and action items. See that?
Yeah.
I want to walk out of here.
What was it, John? You said KWFA.
It's on right here. Turn down.
John, will you write that name up for everybody?
Oh yeah.
Alex, can you please spell your last name?
I'm
Sure.
gonna write it right here. Right?
Yep.
There it is. There's his name right there.
Thank you.
That's super helpful. Thank you all. That's a great surprise. I didn't know that.
And it's Brandau.
Yeah. Brandau.
People call it Brandau.
Germans call it Brandau. You know, the Germans get in there and get emphatic. Dutch too. They get Brandau. Yeah, we don't Brandau. I say Brandau. It looks French, but it's German.
So
and I don't care.
Alex mentioned there's a smart corner in his office. We've all got that smart corner. What's some one or two things you're going to implement? Walk out of here and implement.
ABC.
Yeah, that was huge for me.
Make an appointment at the open house.
Make an appointment at the open house.
Awesome.
That's,
For that day.
that's great.
Awesome.
Bring your own speaker.
Yeah. You like that?
Actually, I wrote that one down too. That's one of mine.
I like the digital flyers at the open house.
Stand outside.
Find their needs, feel their needs, ask for business.
Love it. That's brilliant.
Just things like the toilet paper and cleanup materials.
Let me tell you one that I didn't say out loud, by the way, that'll also be really important. You need to take a 2.5 gallon thing of water. Like the big things like the handle bottles, because if the water's off in the house, someone happens to use the bathroom, you need that to flush the toilet. So, also,
That's a great tip.
that's a great tip. Life experience. How you doing? Yeah, I had to go buy one of those damn things, so now they're riding the truck. So,
You say you don't learn by getting it right.
that's exactly right. I'm like, what did you do? Like, we didn't know it was a kid. In the house, the water was off, and anyway, they were so embarrassed. I'm like, that's fine. But if you carry one of those 2.5 gallons, the tank won't take more than 2.5 gallons. So,
Hey, how many people do you have in your database?
7,000.
What is the CRM that you're using to manage everybody?
We just this month we're going to and are excited about all the stuff that KW is bringing. Keller Command is going to be spectacular. It will be better than anything else that's out there. The CRMs that are out there right now, everyone in the upper tiers uses everything different. Some people use Top Producer, some people use Sync, some people use Boomtown, some people use all this various stuff, and none of it's perfect. What our company is doing is really creating the perfect one. That, by the way, we won't ever have to pay for. Like it's paid for. Like it will change our company on a national, even more so on a national level. That being said, I'm putting in Sync right now in our company, which works for me because Sync is going to allow me.
Is that SYNC?
CINC.
CINC.
Commissions Inc. They actually are based out of Atlanta. They've got some stuff
They're
down here.
they're coming on May 22nd. They're sponsoring Cody's event.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, they're paying $5,000 to come and visit y'all. So there you go.
I should have told them I was coming. That would have been nice, but I would have paid for a couple months. But what I would say is, don't overthink this, right? For the most part, depending on the level of your practice, like you can do a lot of it on note cards. You could do a lot of it anything. For the longest time in my career, I'd say for sure for more than half of my career, I used Outlook. Don't overthink this, right? Like how many people do you have in your database?
216.
Perfect. So you don't need all that yet.
Yeah.
Like that's totally manageable. You can do it on an index card file system. Like what I'm saying is, don't spend money on something that's going to get you out of being invisible, out of being in there. Like you can do that. You can manage 216, and as you get to 400 or 500, then you get there. But you don't. The gateway drug on that is getting it automated. It's like, ooh, get it, set it, and forget it. That's not real. Those are not real relationships. That's not good. Like, you're gonna get you out of relationships with people. They're gonna unsubscribe to stuff because it's not real, because it's fake, because it's templated, it's not you. You're not you. Like, I don't wanna get that because it's not Trey. You know, I don't want that. So be careful about that. But we're using Sync because of the follow-up, because of the connectivity, and because of the size of my company at the moment. It's gonna allow me to distribute leads in such a way it's gonna be more efficient and continue to give us a competitive advantage.
Love it.
Awesome, yes.
Super fun.
What time do you have to be out of here? You got a few minutes?
Yeah, I can hang out for a minute.
Okay,
Absolutely.
cool. If y'all have questions or wanna come up and meet Alex, please do.
Yeah, man. Thank you. It's great. So much fun.
Thank you.
Is it good?
Really appreciate you.
Good stuff.
Yeah, amazing.
Dude, that was awesome.
More than you thought?
I mean, it was just, you know, the thing about it is, like, I can hear the scripts, the tie downs, the maps coaching, like, all of that in you coming out, and I can just tell that it's been developed at a very high level, and it's just, I feel like I'm good, but I feel like you were like, boom.
But I got more years on you, right?
Yeah.
All you gotta do is be intentional. Don't let that intimidate you. I mean, thank you.
No, I mean, it
by the
didn't
way, I don't
address
think
me.
I'm good. I said that out loud. I get nervous. I get nervous on the phone. I get nervous like, they're gonna yell at me, or I'm gonna screw up, or I'm not gonna have the right script. Still, I'm doing it right now with a partner that we're negotiating with. I shared that last night. Like, we got this guy. It's great. We want to be in business with him, and I'm arguing with him about commission.
I love that you said that so many times. We want to be in business with them. We want to be in business with them. That's awesome.
I do. And if you don't see the value in me, fine. You want more dollars? Fine. You want somebody that's going to do list for less? Going to do it for flat fee? Fine. You're not going to make more money with me. Right? You know, he's hung up on, I made $150,000 last year by myself. And I'm like, okay. He goes, and if I come to work for you, I'm only going to make $250,000. So I can just do fewer deals, bigger sales prices, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, dude, your number is gross. My number to you is net. Like, I'm going to make you $150,000 more to your pocket. And he doesn't understand that. Right? When I have that, his
That's a great point.
And so, but the challenge is like, now I'm growing. I'm having the same conversation. I can do it with sellers right now. Now I'm learning to do it with agents, partners, people. Let's stay in touch. I'll be happy to help.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's fun. Oh, good. Wow, look at you. You didn't.
No, I didn't give it to you.
Yeah, I for sure. I would have remembered. 2 T's. Love it. So cool. Love that.
Yeah.
For sure. Tell Kay that I want to do. I'll come talk to Lincoln. I'm $5,000 apparently, according to code.
Yeah.
So.
That's why we have
I know. Let me say, I know Kay. I have met her. I've spent time with them at Luxury in April last year, and I'm super committed. So I will. Whatever. Yes, is my
And I'll
answer.
just say, so I'm here today, and I've got another reason I have to call. My doctor's receptionist's mother lives next door to Kay in Fairhope.
Oh wow.
That's crazy. Yeah, so because she's so big case.
Chairs comfortable?
Yeah.
3 hours? Better, right? Better.
All people in the day. Yeah, so, but I would love to talk to you about the other thing that I said to you last night.
Happy to.
Thank you.
Cheers.
It was,
You're so welcome.
It was wonderful.
It's fun.
Safe travels home.
Cheers. Yeah, it'll be great.
Don't get stuck over that Tennessee rib.
Oh, we don't cross the river all the way. Did I cross the river all the way? Either way. Hammer down. Oh, you're right. On the backside of the mountain.
On the backside of the
Oh, yeah.
Holy Toledo.
Nick attack. Yeah. I was confused.
My children went to Purdue, Miami, and Indiana, so my car only knew 75.
North.
Yes, but thank you
You're
very
very
much.
welcome. Cheers.
We're gonna email you so many questions for you.
Especially with all the links. I mean, I found a plan, step to the plan, keep it simple.
Well, and you're like, what are we doing, Heather? Come on.
Sorry. In advance.
No,
I went out swinging about it though. I was like, I don't want to be on your committee. I don't.
yeah.
Awesome, dude. How you doing?
I mean, I'm getting it.
Watch out, there's a lot of questions coming your way. So, send them on.
Next time I'll come early.
I would
Because this was too much. And apparently, the fuck, yeah.
You'll be at luxury this year then?
Yeah, in LA.
Yep, I'll be there
For
too.
sure.
Perfect.
But, see you. Hey.
Hi, I just wanted to introduce myself.
Hello.
I'm Beth Hirschman. I sent you a report with Roddy Martin.
For that, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
you're welcome. So I just wanted to, put face to face.
Tell me who it was that we had a connection from.
Kira Carlin.
Kira, okay, very good.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I'm a new agent here. She's like my mentor.
That's amazing. I remember talking, and I mean, I called you and we talked about it.
Yeah, totally did.
So glad
But
you
I just wanted to put a face to it.
Awesome.
So,
glad
nice to meet you.
Yes, I'm glad you did. Hope you got something good. Help you grow your business.
I think I do. I like, because I'm doing open house tomorrow, so I need to go get that digital flyer.
Gotta go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Cheers. Hey man. Hello, Rob. Okay.
They're on a tier.
Open house.
So if you have a limit, you'll go and see them. So I'm just trying to help them get everyone know that stuff.
Let's just say we stick to where the, listing agent's not gonna do the open house, but he's gonna volunteer. Where's the conflict of interest come in when, people walking off the street and they look at you and you agree, they're walking around, et cetera, trying to find out what they're qualified about the timing. How much philosophy do you use to push towards them buying that house as to saying, I've got another one on the street here. I see a conflict of interest there.
Yeah, so the open in general is not about selling the land
to us, but to the
With
owner.
luxury, it's just
Yeah, I understand that.
So
It's about
it's more
exposure.
the added
So what we do, even with builders
it's
look at
where
us
we
and say the
have
same, like, wait a
speakers
minute,
come in and
a
talk
guy walks in my
and
house,
all of
you better sell my product first. So we have some protocol in that specific regard, like, if it's a builder, we sell that product first. And then we, not only do we look at that product, we look at their other products, their other houses that they have in the immediate area. Then we sell them surrounding. So we have a system that we have them, our discovery is, tell me what you're looking for. Tell me what's going on, what do you, how's your search going? Tell me about your search, how are you getting into the homes you want to see? We're having very clear conversations about this is what you need, where you go, all that. And then if it negates it, they say, well, we really need a master down, and it's only masters up. Well, then that is no longer your canvas for this problem. Does that make sense?
So
In general,
a lot of mine, they're not the product, and you just have to call it.
yeah, we give it full integrity. I'm an authentic agent. I mean that. My hotline was because I didn't have it right. I said, we weren't ethical. And so I want to give it the fair shake. If I would, who's coming in my house, they know, and we tell people, the open house is just a part of our listing.
Thank you.
It's 5% of our listing plan. It's a tool that doesn't often sell homes. However,
Awesome, man.
if I still do it for you, and I was like, if I don't do those for you, you're going to tell me that when it didn't sell, that well, you didn't do it. So, our plan as it exists today is we do 3 open houses in the first 30 days. We do that methodically because other agents don't do that. Don't take full market effect, and we're already looking at price reduction in the first 30 days, where another recruiter might not have done in the first 30 days. So we're prioritizing and being intentional about fully exposing the house with every tool and resource possible. And the language we use now is we can test the market, measure the market, and see what it's going to do in 21 days. So we actually have a competitive advantage over everyone else in the market because we're actually going to price adjust your house 3 times in the first 3 days before your competition is even starting. So that's the philosophical. You have to sell it to it's the listing agent's responsibility to sell it. And they don't, you're right, you'll get a conflict if you immediately Vegas you're like, oh, I don't care about this thing. Right? Like you can't do that.
When you said that, because of the time limit, it sounded almost like you did move off too fast.
No bait and switch. But I'm quick to, thank you for that, and I want that feedback. I'll put it back. Absolutely. Now you need to be careful about that too. You need to define that with open house listing agents. Some listing agents want a referral fee on that. Some of them won't. So you gotta be intentional about asking before it, are you expecting a referral fee? No, are you okay with it? Most of them, you can identify 25, 30, 40-year experienced agents, don't care, don't have a buyer's agent team, aren't interested in opens. They'll let you be their open house host forever and let you build and let you grow and help you and be your mentor and be your, help you follow in the footsteps that they've previously followed.
And I actually missed on this part too. If a customer does come in and comes to me, and I get them to buy, am I the buyer's representative?
Absolutely. No question. That's the whole purpose. Because they do want it, and they do want it. I have a friend.
5% of them.
Sure. I have a friend, I have a very young girl that's in our office, not in our office, in our market, and she was struggling, she thought she set the world on fire, did 15 deals the previous year, she was just 10 people home for her. She called me one day, she said, hey, I'm struggling. I'm like, okay, that's a weakness moment, like we're building a relationship, I'll meet you. And I meet her, and sure enough, she's at this boutique, no teams, solos only, maybe a couple of add-ons. And I said, look, you need to go find those 5 agents, and I named the 5 agents. You need to ask them if you can search for that store. She did. She went that weekend, went and listed one, $750,000 house, which is 5 times the average in our market. Our average is about 220. 5 times the average. She went to and I hear you. First weekend on it, got it, 750, made 24 like that. And the other agent didn't care. It was her own lead. Now I know that. But the other agent, that other agent doesn't know that. I know that. Alex Brandau knows that. My team and my company, we're hosting the open house. Alex Brandau gets that much more profit, that much better because my team sold it. My buyer's agent, my listing agent were together. And now all of a sudden, we went through the roof. We really focus on converting some of our own stuff. We're doing it right now. We've got a 17-unit development that we have, the builder, the landed thing. And we've sold 5 of them. The builder bet me $10,000 that I wouldn't sell one of his own units. And I said, I guarantee you I will. He's like, 10 grand? And I said, yes, $10,000. I said, I said, that pays 3 times, right? He's like, hell no.
You knew that because you were talking to him.
But I got 10 grand out of it, right? And every time this guy's lost the bet to me 3 times. He's done it to me a bunch of times. So, anyway.
I just want to let you know I'm rolling, so
Bye.
thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Can I take a picture with you?
Sure.
Can I take a picture of me? Please.
I know I gotta do mine too. I need to stand up on the toes.
Done. Thank you so much, man.
Yeah, man, glad to do it. Be creative and post it everywhere.
Absolutely.
Okay, very. I will. I'll send you the whole thing. Yeah, absolutely. Here, I'll give you my stuff too. There you go. You're very welcome. I'll make sure I send it. I'll send it to them.
I saw a sheet around here, but I didn't get to my table.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hello. No, thank you. You're very welcome. You get that? I'm glad.
I just told you.
Oh, really? Yeah. We got some interviews. Yeah. Thank you very much.
That's not good.
Yeah. Thank you.
On the review,
Yeah. We need to do, and we need to do more. You know, it's always, anything I can do to help improve. I'm happy to.
Are you recommending to the,
Yeah, absolutely. Hey man, thank you very much. Was it good?
Yeah, it was great. These small kids I've been focusing, doing open houses. I think I'm doing well. So do you ever follow up with your leads? Like send them like a house and things, material?
For sure.
Yeah, by email, can you do that?
Absolutely. What I would do though is I would focus on being contact related. Don't just send it to an email.
Oh my God!
You know what you're looking for, and you find it, you call them and say, hey, I found something that I think that you need to call me back.
So
now
do you
you're
know how to
continuing
do it? I
conversation.
mean,
You can't like
it's
just
so
see it. I think it fits your needs. Da, 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 da.
If
Let's
I
just
show
see
it
it.
to you real quick,
Let's see it. Don't get lazy on email and just send it to me, right?
I
So
mean,
thank
you
you.
can
I gave you one
try.
yesterday.
I mean, it's.
Yes. Yeah, very good, very good. So,
And then you gotta maintain it.
So, there you go. You're welcome. So, yeah, that's the plan, that's the plan.
Just
Follow
reach out to them, you know.
And don't get frustrated. The best sales call, I should say this out loud, because the best sales happens in the 5th to 12th call. Most people give up on the 12th. So some of my partners that have been in the business and doing this for a long time, they would get phone calls 6 months later from someone that never called them back. I'm the first one. Call those people, leave them voicemails, don't ever give up. You've met them, you've got their information, go call them every week. Hey, I'm working, how's your weekend, how's your search, what's your timeline, how can I help, did you get pre-approved, get value, can I have my guy call you, can I do this, can I do that?
After the speech.
Don't ever give up, and I promise you,
Maxwell probably uses it too.
6 months in of a full plan like that, you'll get a phone call where someone will go, hey, man, I'm so sorry I haven't called you, but listen, I need to buy a house.
Anyway, so you just click on it.
And you'll be like, what the hell? I called you 37 times, you couldn't call me, but you're like, okay. And you'll go right a house like that. I had a bunch of partners, 3 or 4 partners that have been in my company that have done that, and they go, oh my God, this guy never called me back. He called me back, I'm going to show him a house right now. They're gonna buy it. So yeah, you don't know it. Don't let yourself get in the way.
But you just gotta fill out the
Cheers.
form.
Good luck to you. Let me know how I can help.
Hey, I'm Dana from meetings. Nice to meet
See
you.
you.
Want to give me my
Yes, thank you.
get yours as well because I have a daughter living up in Martinsville.
Oh, really?
And lots of young ones that will be getting married and buying houses.
No doubt. And a lot of them go to Nashville too, so that ends up working out.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm gonna end up in Phoenix. I'm gonna get maybe her, that'd be great. You have experience. I'd love that. I'm dad. Original, I am a direct descendant from the original number 1 infantry signature and the number 1 infantry War Base as well. That's cool. So I'm in Tennessee as a gift.
Well, I'm as Georgia as I get, so as far back as we know.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I have some cool experiences. I worked in Vanderbilt. I have to go down on the field. Yeah, tell every Georgia fan I know the story that I worked in athletics before I got into real estate. And Vanderbilt takes everyone on a road trip, and you get to go down and see, they take the entire athletic department trip. We went to Georgia across the trip. We got down there, got to walk around the field early, and anyway, middle of the quarter, we're up in Coach Dooley's box. This is when Vince was the AD. So we're walking around, so we're standing in the box. Middle of the game, it was a good game. It's like 10-4, something like that. 10 to 14, something. It's a pretty close game, and Uga comes in, the actual dog, not Rowdy Dog or whatever his name is. And what's his name?
I don't even know.
It is ugly.
No, what's the Harry Dog? Not Harry Dog. Uga actually was. All these girls. And they're like, oh, come here, like, love on Uga, like, he's the best. And I'm like, yeah. I'm watching the game. And I'm like,
You like smoking.
come over here and like, right. And I was like, come over here and like, love on Uga. I'm like, yeah. Love on Uga. And finally, like the 3rd or 4th time, I finally, kind of loud, was like, hey, I don't want to pet the dog. And I said it about like that. And as soon as I said it, I get this big, strong, southern hand across the back of my neck. And I look up and said, and I know who it is, right? Like, I'm a huge SEC fan. I worked in the athletic department in Knoxville for 4 years. Like, I know who it is. And I'm like, this is not good. And he looks at me and he says, in this beautiful southern drawl, he's like, son, what's wrong with my dog? and the whole damn box is like pin drop sign. And I'm scared to death, straight up. I'm scared, straight up, scared to death. And I said, Coach, I said, another new coach, and I've been around Coach Dickey and other people in Knoxville. Coach, I said, nothing wrong with your dog, but I went to Tennessee, and he goes, and walked off. And that was it. I mean, that's how it went. He goes, cool, I get it. You went to Tennessee, I'm not petting your dog. And he goes, but you're a Vanderbilt guy, I gotta pet my dog. You know, like, Vanderbilt dudes better pet my dog.
Yeah.
Tennessee guy, he's like, cool, I get it. You're a Tennessee guy, no problem. Have a good day. Walked up. He walked off, and Vandy's AD came up and got in my face. You know, because I was 22 years old. And I was like, I said, you know, Dr. You know, I didn't do anything. I was like, Dr. Turner, I'm sorry, I just didn't pet the dog. And he's like, you didn't want to pet Owen? And I was like, no, sir. He said, why didn't you pet the dog? I was like, again,
I didn't want to.
he was, that was what I was talking about. And I said, yes, sir. And I said, and he was, but the funny thing was the Vanderbilt AD didn't get it. He was like, what the hell? Why didn't you pet the dog? I'm like, again, good want to. And second, like, damn game was going on. Like, we only get 12 Saturdays a year. Like, ball game's going. Like, let's watch the game. True story.
That's funny.
Isn't that good stuff? I tell people that story like, oh my God, that happened. I'm like, but son, what's wrong with my dog? And I'm like, oh. How did I get here? I didn't mean it.
Alex, I do Facebook videos that are like informational real estate videos. Can we do one? They're usually like a minute.
Let's schedule one, and I'll do it by Skype because I gotta go
Okay.
to Nashville, but I'll be happy to do it. Let's do it on the computer though. Is that okay?
Can I get one picture?
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that okay? I want to do something valuable and do something good for you, but I do got it.
1, 2, 3. Let me do one more.
Hang on,
1,
we did
2.
that wrong. You can't look at the light. Do it this way.
Which way?
Yeah, you gotta look at the light. If you do it, they teach you when you do pictures, you gotta face the light source.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. There we
Boom.
go.
Thank you.
So I'll be happy to do it. Just email me and let's schedule.
Not that I know of.
Sure.
My wife has got something she's gonna do tonight if I'm late.
Hey, you were awesome.
It'll be hell.
Absolutely. How long have you been in real estate?
17 years. My 17th year.
This is my 4th year.
Yeah.
I'm 33 years old.
Yep.
And I mean, like I've grown and I'm ranked now like in the top 1% of Atlanta. But what can I do to continuously develop myself?
You're doing it. You're asking good questions. You're learning. Just be intentional.
So you like
Take
the
good
ones
notes
that
and then
you
implement.
focus
So
on?
don't use the smart corner. You're welcome. Nice to see you.
The one thing from hearing
Do it.
I'm gonna wear it.
Please do.
Yeah, and from listening to you, your scripts are just like amazing. I know you feel like you don't have them, but they're amazing. The one thing I'm going to take away is doing open houses on the weekend and scheduling appointments that day on the spot. I've done that before. I wasn't intentional about it. They come in and go like, hey, what do you think? And every time I do open houses, I always have 4 or 5 other houses. Like, hey, these are some more awesome houses in the area. But don't let me hold you up.
You're okay. Just stay intentional. Be intentional about what you're doing. Have a plan, work the plan, and then measure. What happens is we get too scattered. We move too much. You know, we go here and there and this and that. We're too inconsistent. Be consistent. Set your plan. Work your plan, and then be done. You know, whatever it is. If it's prospecting 9 to 11, be intentional. Don't fuck around in that time. Like I'm kind of mean to people that interrupt me at 9 to 11 when I'm prospecting. Like I kind of am. Like I'm not nice about it. I'm like I'm in the middle of something. You need to call me later. Because when I know that I'm $370 an hour,
Yeah.
I'm like you got a minute? And I'm like, no, that's $8. $8 a minute. So do you have $8?
Yeah, I mean, you
Then
gotta
go away.
understand
I'll come
that.
back. You're like, really?
But I'm serious, yeah.
And people come to me, like, hey man, did you get my email? I'm
I'll do
like,
that. Like I said, me in this office.
Talk about it.
Yeah.
It's when they're unhappy that they always go online.
you know, I got a guy yesterday that's like, call me. I'm like, dude,
That's kind
your
of
emergency is not my emergency.
general.
So chill out. It's gonna be all right. And you know what he did? He was another realtor, not in my office. Kept selling me.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to make
And I was
some
like,
judgments.
he goes, oh, the house isn't vacant. And I said,
when
look,
you're
Beck,
in
the
the
house
home and how
showed
solid
poorly.
feels.
It looked like it was vacant, but it wasn't, and it smelled bad. And it was this, it was that. And the guy's like, well, yeah, he's a bachelor, he's not there. And it's giving me all these excuses. And I'm like, bro, I don't care. I'm trying to help you. Your house shows like shit.
Yeah, I mean, Pulte has a good
Smells like a locker room. It's creepy
Street
that it,
residential.
I mean, I was kind of worried there was a guy hiding in the closet. Because there's parts and pieces of stuff. I'm like, it's weird.
Right.
And he's going, no, it's not weird, it's not weird. I'm like, yeah, it is.
Don't like, there's one I
Yeah.
don't like for sure. That's Taylor
So let's do a video. I'd like to do that because I'm
Yeah.
working on doing those too. And so I could do one with you and vice versa. We'll exchange. We'll do.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey,
you interview me and vice versa.
Yeah, I do. My goal is to do at least like 1 a week, and it's usually just when I'm in front of cool people. I just usually,
Shoot it.
ask them. Yeah.
So let's do that intentionally. And
Cool.
Go from there.
Cool.
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
Is that the magazine you were talking about?
This is the magazine, but this is not the one. It's the white one. You'll see it. It's white, it's got a cutout. It's got the KW cutout. I know they have some.
Oh, you do?
I'm certain they do, cause we have piles of them in our office.
They
And I,
don't have a date on it.
yeah, they do.
And I have like 8 pages of notes on that.
Oh, yeah. Ask them, it's white and it's cut out, it's like die cut.
Thank you.
Cheers, you're welcome.
But just sort of tentatively plan around 11.
Alex, you take care, brother.
Cheers, man. Godspeed, see you later.
Really added value today.
I hope I did. I'm excited to see what all the feedback is and what they say.
They all hated you.
I know, right? It's boring.
Ah!
Hey, you know what? We need to connect. We don't. I have to. I had to go because I've got to get on the road. However, I want to talk and share some time in the next week about REO stuff because I'm very focused on REO and I'm working on building a big network together.
I just got my little check.
Well, there's an opportunity for us now with the relationships you have then and forward. I'm gonna go to 5-star in September. I'm doing all that, like all the REO agents in Nashville that were good have all retired. And they had to because REOs have gone away.
Right.
They're gonna come back.
Oh, I know.
And we have the opportunity to gain market share right now forever. So what I'm working on doing is building great networks of connected people like me, you, Athletic, and other people, and then we can combine asset managers. And then we can just say, hey, who's your asset manager in Georgia? Because I don't care, I don't have expansion out there. You don't care about Nashville.
Right.
So, you know, and then all of a sudden we really have some magic because you're trading on other great relationships.
Right.
Getting past the gatekeepers and all that. So I'm gonna be very intentional about connecting.
Okay,
And
and
talking
I
about
haven't been in it since 2012 because it hadn't been around, but I just started reconnecting with asset managers and I'm doing little BPOs, $50 BPOs. I just got paid for 4. You know, I'm just doing that now because I want my foot in the door.
It's gonna happen.
I know.
And we'll explode. But every single one, Tom Davis was the #1 agent at KW in 2009. Doesn't do anything. None. He's all high end stuff now. So there's a bunch. Matt's still got a little bit, but he's like, he was carrying 50 or 60 at a time.
Yeah,
So
me too.
anyways, let's work on that and be intentional, and I'll help connect to others and vice versa because we're way down the road. I've got one of the guys that was the #1 guy in Tennessee is 70 years old. He's like, I'm just gonna give you what I got. I'll give you all my asset managers. I'll take it to you.
Right.
I'm like, I'll be your friend. He's like, perfect.
Yeah, no,
So.
it's easy work too. It's just
It's fun.
administrative.
I like it. I really do.
It was fun and dangerous at the same time.
Well, that's true. That's true. Bye, y'all.
Bye, thanks
Cheers.
so much.
I hope it was good.
Yes, it was. Have a great trip back.
See ya.
Sarah, this is David Bailey, Keller Williams Realty. I was calling on your Dairy Circle list.
Okay. I think we spoke it.
We had spoken a day or so ago, and you said that, the only time it could be seen is after 5, and I was checking on 2 things. Possibly seeing it today after 5, or what the situation would be like on Saturday tomorrow. You do? So I could do it today, anytime after 5? Okay, and then what about tomorrow? Okay, that's fine, and I'm just checking, cause I know it's kinda hard to coordinate, because you've got tenants in there, and I understand that. But I didn't know, sometimes people won't even show them on Saturday, so I don't have the specific time yet, cause I've got my buyer, I have to coordinate with them, but I'll check with them and I'll call you back. Thank you, Sarah. Bye-bye. Hi Amy, this is David Paper, I'm Keller Williams Special Ed. Calling on one of your listings. Do you have a minute to talk or did I interrupt you? Oh, really? No kidding.
Yeah, we'll see, and you know, we've got
Nice
the
to
other
meet you
backup
verbally.
offer, and then we always have the cash investor.
I'm relatively new here. I've been
And he's not gonna do anything, he knows all that crap.
But I was calling about your 9155 Nesbit Ferry road listing, and I had a couple of questions. One was the
I've told the
restrictions.
agent,
I wanted,
I
because I
told
got
her
an
we have a
investor.
backup,
It
and
says
then
no
we'll have a second
restrictions, but I wanted to make sure if that had been confirmed or I needed to call home side to confirm that. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yep, no, I told her that early on in the process.
Okay, great. And then the other thing mainly is, I see there's a tenant in it, and I was wondering what they're paying, if you knew that, and, how we go about seeing it, how difficult it would be.
Right. Yeah.
13.
All right, sounds good, well, I'll let you know as soon
And
as I
would
get
they,
it. All right, talk to you soon.
okay, and it said that their lease is up, I wonder if they'd be open and staying on. Oh, okay, good, cause I've got an investor I was gonna show too. And then the last thing was about, I know I can use Showtime, but I wasn't sure if I needed to speak to you because I see there's a tenant. Well, I still have to coordinate with my buyer, but I was gonna try and do it later this afternoon if it's possible. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's fine with me. Okay. Right. Do you have any offers yet? Really? How long are you gonna hold it open for the offers? Yeah, well, we know how that goes. I think that's typical. Right, sure. Right, right.
Hey Brett, it's Christina with Keller Williams calling you about the home on Lansing. I would like to show that tomorrow around 11, and I'm gonna assume that's fine since it's vacant, but I wanted to let you know. If you need me, 770-294-2942. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Great. Well, yeah, I appreciate that. Doesn't always work that way, though. Yeah, you never know what's good. Sure. All right, well, let me check with my buyers and I'll text you back on a time, and appreciate your help. Thanks, Amy. Bye-bye.
May I show Brookcliff again tomorrow around 11:30?
Good. It's all good, Mr. Dagger.
I wonder if this is how chairs look like at home at people's houses. Or
Oh,
out here
like-
dining.